Chapter 663. Li Chongqing and his disciple were escorted off the bus by a few strong men. The driver, who was scared out of his wits, hurriedly started the car and sped away as fast as he could. Perhaps because they were too panicked, they made a sharp turn and almost flipped the bus over. However, a few brawny men caught hold of Han Tianlong and his daughter. They didn't care about the bus anymore. When they saw the bus almost flip over, they laughed proudly. Li Chongqing bitterly said, "It's over. The bus ran away. We have to walk." Hearing the word walk, Tong Xian's face also turned bitter. The strong man beside him sneered, "You don't even know if you can survive, and you still want to take the bus and leave?" They were brought to a forest by the roadside. A middle-aged man in a long robe was looking at Han Tianlong and Han Yuma with a cold smile. "Surnamed Han, I didn't think that you would still be unable to escape from my grasp. Hand over the demonic flood dragon crouching flame diagram. Otherwise you should know what I, Yang Zheng, am capable of." The middle-aged man sneered. The demonic flood dragon crouching flame diagram is an opportunity one obtained from the secret realm. Why should I give it to you? Moreover, even if I give it to you, will you really let me go? The reason you stopped me halfway was because you were afraid that I would bring the demonic flood dragon crouching flame diagram back to the sect. I'm afraid that if I give it to you, you will immediately kill me. At that time, there will be no evidence. Haha. Surnamed Han, you are quite smart. Many people in the sect have suggested to stop you on your way back. However, I know that you are a smart person. The treasure of Mount Xianhuang has appeared, and all the experts of the great sects have gathered there. I guessed that you would go there and meet with the elders of your sect. At that time, my Seven Mysteries sect will not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, no matter how well you planned, you were still caught red-handed by me. Yang Jing patted the dust off his clothes and stood up from the rock. Han Tianlong, I'll give you two choices now. 1. Hand over the flood dragon taming flames demonic painting. Even though you and your daughter will die, I'll give you a quick death. 2. I'll personally take action. At that time, it's fine if you don't die a quick death, but you should think about what will happen to your beautiful daughter. You! Han Tianlong's face instantly turned pale. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. I hope you don't make a mistake. After he finished speaking, Yang Zheng's gaze fell onto Li Chongqing and Tong Xian. He frowned and said, "These two are their companions?" The burly man hurriedly reported, "I don't know either. I just saw that they seemed to be close to Han Tianlong and his daughter, so I brought them along. Who cares if they're accomplices? They're just two insignificant people. Drag them out and kill them. Find a place to bury their bodies and clean them up." After Yang Zheng finished speaking, the burly man immediately obeyed. "Protector Yang, my father and daughter have already admitted defeat after being intercepted by you. However, these two people really have nothing to do with us. They shouldn't be implicated by us. If I hand over the demonic flood dragon crouching flame diagram, can you let them go?" Han Tianlong pleaded on behalf of Li Chongqing and Tong Xian. "I can't." Yang Jing shook his head. "If the news of you dying at my hands spreads, your sect's elders will not let this matter rest. Therefore, no matter who these two are, they will die without a doubt." This, Han Tianlong sighed and said to Li Chongqing apologetically, "Little brother, my father and I have implicated you. It's fine." Contrary to Han Tianlong's expectations, Li Chongqing was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and said, "I don't like to meddle in other people's business. However, since other people have come knocking on my door, I'm not afraid. Furthermore, I see that you and your father are kind people. Let me help you." As he spoke, he looked at the Seven Mysteries sect's great protector, Yang Zheng. "I'll give you a chance. Immediately take your men and scram, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." "What did you say?" Hearing this, Yang Zheng was so angry that he laughed. "Little brat, Do you think that I, Yang Jing, am a coward? As he spoke, he ordered his subordinates, "Deal with this guy for me." The burly man was already impatient. As soon as he heard Yang Zheng's order, he immediately took a few steps forward and reached out to grab Li Chongqing's shoulder. However, in the next moment, the moment his hand touched Li Chongqing's shoulder, the complacent expression on his face instantly turned ugly. Immediately after, a bang was heard, and the burly man let out a blood-curdling scream. Bang, bang, bang! He took 3 steps back. The hand that he used to grab Li Chongqing, together with his entire arm, was twisted. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even Yang Zheng's expression became serious. I didn't expect him to be an expert. As he spoke, his body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Li Chongqing. He was determined to take down Li Chongqing first. "You're courting death." Li Chongqing snorted coldly, but did not make any moves. However, the great guardian, Yang Zheng, who had rushed to Li Chongqing's side, flew backwards at an even faster speed and crashed into a tree behind him. The tree, which was thick enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around it, was split into 2. Yang Zheng himself fell to the ground, his face pale, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This was especially true for Han Tianlong and his daughter. They never thought that this ordinary-looking young man would have such terrifying strength. One had to know that the great guardian of the 7 Mysteries sect was a famous expert in the northern lands. When he appeared, Han Tianlong and his daughter did not even have the thought of resisting. However, in front of Li Chongqing, they were so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow. An expert, this was definitely an expert. Han Tianlong and his daughter were extremely excited. Han Yuma's pair of big eyes curiously sized up Li Chongqing with admiration and reverence. Yang Zheng, who had landed on the ground, struggled a few times before he could barely stand up. He looked at Li Chongqing with fear in his eyes. Trembling, he cupped his hands and said, "This humble one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This humble one apologizes for offending Sir." After he finished speaking, he signaled to a few of his subordinates and turned to leave. "Stop right there," Li Chongqing suddenly said coldly. "Just now you wanted to take my life. Now you want to leave so easily? Don't you think you're dreaming?" Hearing Li Chongqing's voice, Yang Zheng's body suddenly trembled. He turned his head and cautiously said, "Sir, do you have any other orders? I am the great guardian of the 7 Mysteries sect. I hope that Sir can spare me this time for the sake of the 7 Mysteries sect. The entire 7 Mysteries sect will be grateful to Sir." Yang Zheng kept mentioning the 7 Mysteries sect. He was reminding Li Chongqing that if he killed Yang Zheng, he would become an enemy of the 7 Mysteries sect. He wanted to use the sect to pressure Li Chongqing. "So it's the 7 Mysteries sect." Li Chongqing revealed an expression of sudden realization. "That's right. I am the great guardian of the 7 Mysteries sect. My 7 Mysteries sect's sect master is a Vajra realm expert, so you have to die. Since your sect is so powerful, after you return, wouldn't I be releasing a tiger back to the mountain? As long as I kill you to silence you, no one will know. That's the most worrisome thing." After Li Chongqing finished speaking, Yang Zheng's face turned extremely ugly. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. Chapter 664. At this moment, Yang Zheng's expression was extremely ugly. Indeed, Li Chongqing was right. Silencing him was the best choice. What a piece of trash! Cram! Li Chongqing was too lazy to argue with this kind of person. With a wave of his arm, a gust of wind blasted Yang Zheng dozens of meters away, fleeing with his subordinates. At the side, Han Tianlong cautiously asked, "Benefactor, why did you let them go? There are many people from the 7 Mysteries sect heading to Mount Xianhuang. I'm afraid that he will find someone to take revenge on you." Knowing that Han Tianlong had good intentions, Li Chongqing smiled and said, "It's fine. A mere 7 mysteries sect is nothing in my eyes." "Benefactor, which sect are you from? To have such strength at such a young age?" Seeing that Li Chongqing did not care, Han Tianlong was relieved. In his opinion, Li Chongqing's strength was so terrifying at such a young age. He must be from a famous sect. There was no need to be afraid of a mere 7 mysteries sect. "You wouldn't know my sect even if I told you. I have some things to ask you." "Benefactor, please speak. I will tell you everything I know," Han Tianlong hurriedly said. Since Li Chongqing was unwilling to tell him his sect, he naturally did not dare to ask. "Why did you go to Mount Xianwang this time? I want to know more." "Benefactor, are you not going to Mount Xianwang to seize the treasure?" Han Tianlong was somewhat surprised. Most of the cultivators that appeared in the northern lands came because of Mount Xianwang. He thought that Li Chongqing was also one of them. "It's like this. A few days ago, there was a surge of spirit energy on Mount Xianwang. There were experts who speculated that a treasure was about to be born. One must know that the spirit energy in the world is scarce. Who wouldn't want to fight for the treasure? Now, not only the northern lands cultivators, but everyone in the world is gathering at Mount Xianwang to seize the treasure. So that's how it is." Li Chongqing immediately understood. The spirit item nurtured under Mount Xianwang was about to be born, but he did not expect it to attract so many people. "As far as I know, there's a sect on Mount Xianwang. With so many people heading to Mount Xianwang, won't they have any objections?" Before Li Chongqing left last time, he had asked Yao Fengchun to look after the treasure for him. Now that it had caused such a huge commotion, he was curious as to what Yao Fengchun would do. There is indeed a sect on Mount Xianwang. In the past, it was under the control of the Mountain Viewing Tower's master. The Mountain Viewing Tower's master was a first-rate expert. If he was still alive, naturally no one would dare to casually snatch it from him. However, I heard that the Mountain Viewing Tower's master is already dead, and his disciple, Yao Fengchun, is in charge of Mount Xianwang. That Yao Fengchun is just a woman. Even if she has some strength, how could she stop this bustling crowd of experts? I heard that because she refused to go up the mountain with a few sects, she was severely injured. I don't know what happened after that, but if she insisted on stopping them, it's very likely that she wouldn't even be able to keep her life. So that's the case. Li Chongqing's eyes flashed with coldness, but he didn't say anything. Since a treasure has been unearthed on Mount Xianwang, I also want to go take a look. After Li Chongqing finished speaking, Han Tianlong and Han Yumo revealed joyful expressions. "Then why don't we go together?" Han Tianlong suggested. "Okay." Li Chongqing nodded. "Benefactor, I didn't expect your strength to be so high. I really admire you." Han Yumo looked at Li Chongqing with stars in her eyes. She had also cultivated martial arts since she was young. When facing the 7 mysteries sect's grand enforcer Yang Zheng, she didn't even have the courage to resist. However, that Yang Zheng couldn't even withstand a single blow from Li Chongqing. "Don't call me benefactor. Just call me Li Chongqing or Mr. Li." Li Chongqing then went with the father and daughter pair. On the second day, they were only a few dozen li away from Mount Xianwang. The group of 4 had just found a place to rest when they suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Han Tianlong's face revealed a trace of panic. "Mr. Li, it's not good. The people from the 7 Mysteries sect are here." The 7 Mysteries sect was considered a famous sect in the northern lands. They had a Vajra realm sect master overseeing the sect. Only experts like the Mountain Viewing Tower's master could suppress them. Later on, the Mountain Viewing Tower's master died at the hands of Li Chongqing, and the 7 Mysteries sect became a powerhouse in the northern lands. In the distance, several figures broke through the air. To be able to fly, they must have reached the Xiantian realm. Han Tianlong and Han Yuma's faces completely changed. Xiantian realm experts were already considered experts in the cultivation world. However, Li Changxing's eyes were filled with disdain. What flying? It was just a short flight. Moreover, they had borrowed the power of a magic tool. 4 old men landed not far away, blocking Li Changxing's path. Half a minute later, several figures caught up, gasping for breath. Among them was the 7 Mysteries sect's great enforcer, Yang Jing. For elders, it's those people in front. The middle-aged man is Han Tianlong. He obtained the Flood Dragon Crouching Flame diagram from the secret realm. That brat is his accomplice. He was the one who injured me. Yang Jing pointed at Li Changxing's group and loudly complained. Among the 4 people, a white-haired old man with a dignified expression stepped forward. You dare to injure the 7 Mysteries sect's great enforcer? Kneel down and apologize. Li Changxing didn't respond to the old man's words. At this time, Yang Jing shouted, Brat, you think you'll be fine just because you're a coward? You dared to make a move against me. Next year, today will be the anniversary of your death. Is that so? I'm not a coward. I'm afraid that next year, today won't be the anniversary of my death. Instead, it will be the anniversary of your death. After Li Changxing finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. Yang Jing, who was tens of meters away, suddenly lost control of his body. It was as if there was a rope tied around his neck. He directly floated towards Li Changxing's position. What are you doing? Yang Jing's face suddenly revealed a look of fear. For elders, save me. Of course, the expressions of the elders also changed. Just as they were about to intervene, they saw that Yang Jing had already been pulled in front of Li Changxing. As Li Changxing slowly raised his hand, Yang Jing's entire body seemed to be suspended by an invisible force. His feet were off the ground and his cheeks flushed red. How dare you? Release Enforcer Yang! The white-haired old man roared. However, in the next moment, a "Kacha" sound was heard. Yang Jing's head suddenly fell limply to the ground. His neck had been broken by Li Changxing. Li Changxing lightly flung Yang Jing's body in the direction of the elders of the 7 Mysteries sect. With a putong sound, Yang Jing's body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. A disciple hurriedly went forward to help Yang Jing's body up. However, his face instantly changed and he stuttered, Enforcer Yang is dead. What? The 4 elders all stared with wide eyes. Even Han Tianlong and his daughter almost cried out in alarm. Li Changxing actually killed Yang Jing in front of the 4 elders of the 7 Mysteries sect. He simply did not put the 7 Mysteries sect in his eyes. Chapter 665. Everyone stared blankly at Li Changxing. Yang Jing was the 7 Mysteries sect's great enforcer, yet he was killed just like that. This meant that the 7 Mysteries sect would not rest until one of them was dead. Brat, you killed our 7 Mysteries sect's great enforcer. Do you think that our 7 Mysteries sect is weak? The white-haired 7 Mysteries sect elder gnashed his teeth as he spoke. If Li Changxing had not killed Yang Jing, they might have been afraid of Li Changxing's strength and would have chosen another way to resolve the dispute. After all, no one wanted to create a strong enemy for their own sect. Furthermore, Li Changxing was so young. He might have a powerful senior or even a powerful sect behind him. However, Li Changxing had killed in front of everyone. Even if it was not for the sake of Yang Jing, the 7 Mysteries sect's reputation, they would not rest until one of them was dead. There was no possibility of reconciliation. It's just a small 7 Mysteries sect. If you are not convinced, you can come at me. I don't mind killing a few more people. Arrogant. The white-haired elder's body emitted a murderous aura, and a powerful aura spread out like a tsunami. The other party was at the peak of the Xiantian realm, and his aura had reached a terrifying level. Han Tianlong and Han Yuma's expressions changed. Although Li Changxing was powerful, he was too young. In their opinion, he was at the peak of the Xiantian realm at most. However, the other party had 4 elders. Although Li Chongqing had such strength at such a young age, perhaps his background was not ordinary. The 7 Mysteries sect's people were completely enraged. No matter what background Li Chongqing had, distant water could not quench the present thirst. Furthermore, the 7 Mysteries sect's sect master was a Vajra realm master. In the entire northern lands, there were not many people who could contend against him. Even if Li Chongqing Sr. appeared, they might not be able to save him. At this moment, facing the 7 Mysteries sect's elders who were filled with murderous intent, Li Chongqing only chuckled and shook his head. Originally, I was too lazy to bicker with you. However, since you dared to kill me, don't blame me. Just as he finished speaking, Li Chongqing raised his finger and pointed it forward. A stream of energy flew out from his finger and rushed towards the white-haired elder of the 7 Mysteries sect. The white-haired elder wanted to stop him, but the expression on his face instantly froze. The next moment, his body fell straight to the ground, dead just like that. How is this possible? The other 3 elders were in disbelief. This young man was actually able to casually kill an elder who was already at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Even the Vajra realm sect master of the 7 Mysteries sect would not be able to do such a thing. It couldn't be that this young man was actually a finger-profound realm expert, right? When this thought arose, fear appeared on the faces of the 3 elders. The reason why the 7 Mysteries sect was able to strut around was because they had a Vajra realm sect master. A Vajra realm sect master was already very impressive, but the other party was most likely a profound realm sect master. Do you 3 want to live or die? Li Chongqing's cold gaze swept over the 3 7 Mysteries sect elders, causing their bodies to tremble in fear. Sir, we were wrong. The 3 elders were completely unable to be unyielding. In front of the 7 Mysteries sect disciples, they lowered their heads. Don't you think it's too late to lower your heads now? Li Chongqing coldly snorted, scaring the 3 enforcers so much that their legs went soft. Each of you break an arm, then scram. Originally, Li Chongqing was too lazy to bother with them. However, the 3 of them had the intention to kill him, so he had to give them some punishment. The 3 elders' faces showed signs of struggle. They were only at the Xiantian realm. Although they could still reattach their arms, their bodies were already incomplete. This would greatly affect their future cultivation. If you don't want to, then die. Li Chongqing did not give them much time to think. Not killing them was already a great kindness from Li Chongqing. Fine. We admit defeat. One of the elders pulled out his saber and ruthlessly chopped off his own arm. Poochie! Blood flowed like a river. His face was pale. He picked up his arm from the ground, turned around, and went back the way he came. Even his companions did not wait for him. Seeing such a bloody scene, the surrounding people's faces were somewhat ugly. Even Han Tianlong and Han Yuma, who had a grudge against the 7 Mysteries sect, could not bear to look at it. However, Li Chongqing's face was expressionless from the beginning to the end. Seeing that their companion had already cut off his arm, the other 2 elders were not as decisive. They hesitated, unable to kill themselves. The impatient Li Chongqing's eyes finally revealed traces of murderous intent. Both of them could feel the murderous intent emanating from Li Chongqing's body. The 2 of them finally made up their minds to cut off Li Chongqing's arm. Finally, the 7 Mysteries sect's people came over aggressively and fled in defeat. Mr. Li is really amazing. Han Tianlong took the initiative to talk to Li Chongqing, but his eyes were clearly filled with fear. As for Han Yuma, her entire face was pale. Although she was born in a family of cultivators, due to her limited age, she still could not bear to see such a bloody scene. Tong Xian was even more unbearable. He was so scared that he stood there, dazed. When Li Chongqing and the others resumed their journey, Tong Xian was still like a walking corpse. Regarding this, Li Chongqing only held his hand and walked. He did not try to enlighten him, or anything. As long as one was a normal person, seeing a dead person for the first time was inevitable. Many things required a process of getting used to. Xianhuang Mountain is not far ahead. I heard that more than 100 sects have gathered at Xianhuang Mountain. It is so crowded that not even a drop of water can trickle through. Only first-rate sects can go to the top of the mountain. Second-rate and third-rate sects can only camp at the foot of the mountain. Then is your sect a first-rate or second-rate sect? Li Chongqing looked at Han Tianlong. Along the way, Han Tianlong would occasionally mention his sect's elders, but he had never introduced his sect to Li Chongqing. Our sect is called the Stargazing Pavilion. Like the Seven Mysteries sect, it is considered a major cultivation sect in the north. The pavilion master of the Stargazing Pavilion is also a Vajra realm expert, and he is in the late stage of the Vajra realm. Therefore, the Seven Mysteries sect has been chasing after me along the way, afraid that I would meet their elders. If my sect knew that the Seven Mysteries sect dared to kill me, they would have to bear the wrath of the Stargazing Pavilion. It seems that I can bask in the glory of the Stargazing Pavilion. In a while, I and my disciple can directly go to the top of Xianhuang Mountain. We don't have to wait at the foot of the mountain like the other small sections. Li Chongqing stopped in front and looked around. He saw densely packed tents and cultivators coming and going. He could also see faint smoke rising from kitchen chimneys. It was a very unique scene. Mr. Li, this. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Han Tianlong's face revealed a difficult expression. To be honest, I am only a small steward in the sect. My daughter is still an outer sect disciple. I am afraid that the sect's elders will not allow me to bring an outsider up. So that's the case. Hearing Han Tianlong's words, Li Chongqing smiled and didn't say anything. Originally, he wanted to blend in with the Stargazing Pavilion's group and go up to see the situation. Now it seemed that it was impossible. Dad, I see a few elders from the sect. They should be looking for us. At this moment, Han Yuma suddenly shouted with joy. Sure enough, a group of people walked over from afar. Chapter 666. A group of people, led by an old man, walked over. Greetings, Elder Yu. Han Tianlong and Han Yuma hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Tianlong, I heard that you obtained the demon painting of the flood dragon Crouching Flame from the secret territory. I have already reported this matter to the sect master. When the time comes, you will be promoted to the position of guardian, and your daughter will also be promoted to the position of core disciple. Really? Han Tianlong's face was filled with excitement. The Stargazing Pavilion has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. As long as you serve the Stargazing Pavilion well, you and your daughter will not be mistreated. This subordinate understands. Han Tianlong's face was filled with respect. There is one more thing I would like to report to Elder Yu. What is it? Yu Jianghe said indifferently. With Han Tianlong's status, he was not qualified to speak to him. However, the demon painting of the flood dragon Crouching Flame was so important that even the sect master was overjoyed to hear about it. After I obtained the flood dragon Subduing Flame's demonic diagram, there were many sects that tried to assassinate me. Especially the Seven Mysteries sect, who sent Great Protector Yang Zheng to intercept and kill me. Fortunately, Mr. Li came to my rescue and prevented them from killing me and robbing me of my treasure. Oh? Is there such a thing? Yu Jianghe frowned, but he still let out a sigh. The Seven Mysteries sect is really despicable. However, their strength is not inferior to our Stargazing Pavilion. They will definitely not admit it based on your words alone. If we go to them and demand an explanation, I'm afraid it will cause a dispute between the two sections. Are we just going to let it go like this? Han Yuma was somewhat unconvinced. The father and daughter had gone through many difficulties to escort the treasure to the sect. However, the elders of the sect had no intention of avenging them. Yuma, don't be rude to the sect master. Han Tianlong reprimanded his daughter. Don't mention anything about the Seven Mysteries sect again. Yu Jianghe said coldly. But you said that someone saved you from the hands of guardian Yang Jing. Is it this little brother next to you? Yu Jianghe looked at Li Chongqing. At this moment, Li Chongqing felt a divine sense on his body, probing his cultivation. However, the other party had just reached the Vajra realm, so how could he detect anything? Sure enough, Yu Jianghe's eyes showed some surprise. However, there were many cultivation methods in the world that could prevent others from probing, so Yu Jianghe was soon relieved. It was this little brother who helped us. This little brother also came to Mount Xianhuang to watch the show. I wonder if he can come up the mountain with us? Although Han Tianlong had said that he did not have the qualifications to bring Li Chongqing up the mountain, but Li Chongqing had saved his and his daughter's lives, so he still asked the elders in the sect for permission. Originally, he was an outsider. According to the rules of our sect, he is not allowed. But since he saved you and your father, he is a friend of our stargazing pavilion. I will make an exception and take them up the mountain. Thank you, Elder Yu. Han Tianlong hurriedly cupped his fists in thank. Many thanks, Elder Yu, Li Chongqing said with a smile. Even without the stargazing pavilion, no one could stop him from going to Mount Xianhuang. However, with so many sects gathered here, he didn't want to make a big fuss. With Yu Jianghe leading the way, the group smoothly arrived at the top of Mount Xianhuang. This time, in addition to Yu Jianghe, the Grand Elder of the Stargazing Pavilion, there was also a Supreme Elder. In addition, there were many experts, true disciples, protectors, and so on. Clearly, they were determined to obtain the treasure from Mount Xianhuang. The people of the Stargazing Pavilion lived in a courtyard on Mount Xianhuang. The palaces on Mount Xianhuang had been divided among the various sections. Li Chongqing was assigned to a room, and a disciple was responsible for arranging food and lodging for him. I heard that this Mount Xianhuang used to be occupied by a sect. I wonder how the people of that sect are doing? Li Chongqing pretended to casually ask. The disciple chuckled. In the beginning, several sects wanted to go up the mountain, but they were all beaten to a pulp by her. However, she didn't recognize the situation clearly. Later on, several experts from other sects went up the mountain, and she even fought back, but was severely injured. Later on, she didn't dare to stop the other sects from going up the mountain because she was the original master of Mount Xianhuang. The treasure should belong to her, while the other sects were bandits, so she became the public enemy of all sections. After a discussion between several super sects, they finally decided to put her under house arrest, including all the disciples of Mount Xianhuang. They will only be released once the ownership of the treasure is decided. So that's how it is. Li Chongqing was relieved to hear that Yao Fengchun was safe and sound. However, Yao Fengchun was the one protecting the treasure in the spirit vein. It was truly abominable for these people to take it by force. The treasure should be born in a few days. When the time comes, I'll settle the score with these sects after I get the treasure. After making up his mind, Li Chongqing decided to stay in his room and live a secluded life. These days, Han Yuma would come to Li Chongqing every day to chat and ask Li Chongqing questions about cultivation. Li Chongqing had a rather good impression of this little girl. Master, Big Sister Han and Uncle Tianlong are here. Tong Xian opened the door and was pleasantly surprised. After all, he was a young man and was rather bored of staying in his room and facing Li Chongqing all day. Thus, he was especially happy whenever Han Yuma came. Mr. Li, I've been busy with sect matters these days and only remembered to visit my benefactor today. Please forgive me. Han Tianlong said loudly the moment he entered the room. He had just been promoted to guardian of the Stargazing Pavilion and had a lot of matters to attend to. Thus, he felt that he had neglected Li Chongqing. It's fine. Li Chongqing invited the two in. Han Tianlong wanted to say something, but hesitated. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Li Chongqing held the teacup in his hand and looked out of the room. These days, strange phenomena occurred frequently, indicating that something was about to break out of the ground under Mount Xianhuang. Mister, it's best if you don't go out for the next few days. You killed a guardian and an elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, and even injured 3 elders. The Seven Mysteries sect somehow found out that you're staying in the stargazing pavilion space. In the past few days, a Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect came to Mount Xianhuang and threatened to seek revenge on Mr. That Grand Elder is already at the peak of the Vajra realm. Mister, you must be careful. If you leave the stargazing pavilion's base and get into a conflict with him, even the people of the stargazing pavilion would not want to offend him. Peak of the Vajra realm. Li Chongqing smiled. The meaning behind Han Tianlong's words was very simple. While Li Chongqing was in the stargazing pavilion's camp, the other party would not rush in to cause trouble for Li Chongqing in order to not provoke a conflict between the two sections. However, once Li Chongqing left, the stargazing pavilion would definitely not offend the Seven Mysteries sect for Li Chongqing. Chapter 667. All right, I understand. Li Chongqing nodded towards Han Tianlong. He only said this to reassure Han Tianlong. As for the Supreme Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, he didn't care at all. Good, good. Han Tianlong let out a long sigh of relief. Along the way, he had come to understand Li Chongqing's character. On the surface, he appeared to be amiable and approachable, but deep down, he was arrogant. Li Chongqing didn't seem to care about the powerful forces in the eyes of others. Master, recently, I feel that every time I cultivate, my body will heat up. It's as if my entire body is wrapped in a furnace and feels warm. Tong Xian reported to Li Chongqing about the state of his cultivation. Li Chongqing heard this and placed his palm on Tong Xian's forehead. After carefully sensing for a while, he withdrew his hand and nodded. Not bad. You have officially entered the sect. If you cultivate well, you should be able to break through to the Vajra realm in 3 years. When Li Chongqing spoke, Han Tianlong and his daughter couldn't help but widen their eyes. Why did it seem as if the Vajra realm was as simple as eating and drinking to Li Chongqing? This was a little too exaggerated. Although they felt that Li Chongqing was bragging, they didn't show it on their faces. I heard that there is a young expert in the stargazing pavilion, so I came to pay him a visit. At this moment, the door to Li Chongqing's courtyard suddenly opened. An old man walked in, surrounded by a few subordinates. The Seven Mysteries sect disciple, who was in charge of Li Chongqing's daily necessities, had an anxious expression on his face. It was obvious that he wanted to stop the old man, but he couldn't. Who are you? Li Chongqing furrowed his brows. He felt that this old man's strength wasn't low. I am the Supreme Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, Yang Hongba. The Seven Mysteries sect's great enforcer, Yang Zheng, is my nephew. I heard that he died at your hands. So it's the enforcer with the surname Yang. I have indeed killed him. Li Chongqing said casually. Yang Hongba wasn't angry at all. Instead, he chuckled and said, I heard that it wasn't just my nephew who lost an arm. The other elders of the Seven Mysteries sect also lost an arm. The Great Elder even died at your hands. Yang Hongba said as he stared at Li Chongqing. Surnamed Li, you are hiding under the protection of the stargazing pavilion. In order to prevent a fight between our two sects, it would be inappropriate for me to make a move against you here. However, as the Supreme Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, whether it is for public or private reasons, I cannot allow you to get away scot-free. Since you were able to defeat several elders, it means that your strength is not ordinary. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? In the world of cultivation, in order to settle grudges, one side would issue a challenge to the other side and settle their grudges through a fair duel. No one could say anything about this. Of course, the letter of challenge had to be accepted by the other party. If the other party refused to accept the challenge, the letter of challenge would naturally be invalid. Yang Hongbo, you are the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, a Vajra realm martial expert. Aren't you bullying the weak by challenging a young man? Han Tianlong said in a loud voice. This was the Stargazing Pavilion's camp. Although Lu Hongbo was in the Vajra realm, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Although Li Changxing was strong, and Han Tianlong had seen it with his own eyes, Li Changxing was still too young. On the other hand, Yang Hongbo had been famous in the northern lands for a long time. Han Tianlong did not think that Li Changxing could defeat Yang Hongbo. Surnamed Han, who do you think you are? How dare you shout at me? Yang Hongbo coldly shouted as he looked at Li Changxing. Do you dare to accept my challenge? You must know that the Stargazing Pavilion can protect you for a while, but not forever. As long as you accept my challenge, I can guarantee that if you win, the matter of you killing a protector and an elder of the Seven Mysteries sect will be written off. I presume that you do not want to be hunted down by the Seven Mysteries sect forever, right? Han Tianlong and his daughter anxiously looked at Li Changxing. They constantly signaled Li Changxing with their eyes, hinting that Li Changxing should not accept the challenge. Who knew that Li Changxing would turn a blind eye to their signals? He actually nodded and said, "All right, you can choose the time and place." Hearing Li Changxing agree, Han Tianlong could not help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. With an ugly expression, he said, "Benefactor, you are muddle-headed. Originally, as long as you stayed in the Stargazing Pavilion's camp, no one would dare to make a move against you. But now that you have accepted the challenge, even the people of the Stargazing Pavilion cannot protect you. It's fine. I killed a member of the Seven Mysteries sect. This grudge has to be settled. Instead of letting them chatter in front of me like flies every day, it is better to settle this once and for all." "Good. Surnamedly, although we are enemies, I admire your courage. Let's set the date of the competition for tomorrow. I will wait for you at the peak of Mount Xianhuang." "Okay." Li Changxing also nodded. "Then," he said, "can you leave now? You are not welcome in my courtyard." "Of course." Yang Hongbo turned and left with his subordinate. After Yang Hongbo and the others left, Han Tianlong sighed in Li Changxing's ear. He complained about Li Changxing's decision to accept Yang Hongbo's challenge and even talked about Yang Hongbo's deeds. In the end, he saw that Li Changxing did not listen to him at all. His words went in one ear and out the other. He could only sigh, shake his head, and leave. Li Changxing's ears finally quieted down. Not long after Han Tianlong and his daughter left, the earth suddenly trembled. It was clearly noon, but there was a strange phenomenon of burning clouds in the sky. The entire sky was dyed crimson, and the scene was extremely gorgeous. Li Changxing knew that it was time for the thing that was being nurtured under Mount Xianhuang to be born. He released his divine sense to explore the ground. The deeper he went, the denser the fire attribute spiritual energy became. When he reached the bottom of Mount Xianhuang, he saw a huge red serpent crawling in the Spirit Veins River, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Li Changxing knew that this was the embryonic form of a fire dragon. When it grew dragon claws and horns and completely transformed into a divine dragon, its strength would be comparable to the legendary true immortals. As Li Changxing's divine sense approached, the serpent seemed to sense something. Its scales stood on end, and it wore a vigilant expression. Flames flickered in and out of its mouth. As expected of a connate divine artifact, it can sense my divine sense. Li Changxing was hesitating on whether to retreat and not disturb it, when a hexagonal astral formation came crashing down from above in an attempt to suppress the fire serpent. When the formation came crashing down, the serpent was thoroughly enraged. The underground fire veins surged violently. With a fierce roar, the serpent slammed into the astral formation and shattered it. However, the serpent's aura was clearly weakened. Not long after, another tremor came from above. This time, another strange formation had come crashing down. The serpent used the same method as before to break the formation, but its aura weakened again. These damned sects are secretly setting up formations to subdue the serpent, but they don't know that if this continues, the fire serpent's aura will continue to weaken. In the end, it will be seriously injured and its foundation will be damaged. Perhaps it will never be able to evolve into a true dragon. However, Li Changxing's divine sense was also present. He couldn't block these formations. When he retracted his divine sense, he opened a crack in the courtyard and entered the depths of the mountain. Chapter 668. He used the earth movement technique and arrived at the interior of Mount Xianhuang. It was a spacious space with a purple-red river exuding a scorching aura. Waves of brilliance surged within the river as pure fire elemental energy constantly spread out. Li Changxing faintly regretted not bringing Tong Xian with him. With his innate fire spirit body, he could cultivate at a tremendous pace here. Crimson waves of heat constantly assaulted Li Changxing, but Li Changxing's 10,008 pores breathed at the same time. Before the heat could change his body, it was completely absorbed and turned into surging origin qi that circulated within his body. There were also formations descending from above. These formations came in all shapes and sizes. Some of them were set up in similar ways, while others were thousands of miles apart. Li Changxing knew that it wasn't a single sect setting up the formations. These people didn't have the earth movement technique like Li Changxing, so they could only rely on formations to set up backup. The formations descended one after another, causing the interior of Mount Xianhuang to constantly tremble and rocks to fall. In response, Li Changxing waved his fist. Before each array could land, it was directly shattered by him. In the river, the Crimson Snake didn't let down its guard against Li Changxing just because Li Changxing helped it block the formations. Instead, its scales stood up as it glared at Li Changxing. As soon as Li Changxing came even a little closer, it would immediately attack. "You really don't know what is good for you," Li Changxing coldly snorted. Another formation descended. He deliberately didn't block it, allowing the snake to suddenly smash through the formation, but at the same time, its aura weakened significantly. "If I don't block the formations for you, you'll be born with a congenital deficiency and will forever remain as a snake. You won't have the fate of becoming a true dragon," Li Changxing coldly said. At this moment, a tender voice rang out. "You're the same as those who set up the formations. You're also spying on my body. Why make yourself sound so righteous?" The voice was crisp and clear, as if it had directly sounded in Li Changxing's mind. Only then did Li Changxing remember that the fire dragon had been nurtured under Mount Xianhuang for no less than 1,000 years. Over the past 1,000 years, groups of people had lived on the mountain. It had probably gained sentience long ago and was now even more intelligent than the average human. "Humph. I am indeed the same as them, but most of them want to capture you because of the treasures you have. For a god spirit like you have a lot of room for growth in the future. Those sects would rather kill the goose that lays the golden eggs than let you grow. If you are not controlled by them and take revenge on them, it will be a disaster for those sections. But I am different. If you recognize me as your master, I will not restrict your growth. Instead, I will help you achieve the body of a true dragon, so you should choose me," Li Changxing said indifferently. Since the other party had quite a bit of intelligence, it was easy to deal with. What Li Changxing feared the most was that the other party did not have any intelligence and only knew how to kill blindly. Li Changxing had to take action and use force to suppress the other party. "You have a glib tongue. What good things do you humans have? Help me achieve the body of a true dragon? Who do you think you are? You're just trying to trick me into submitting with your flowery words and then kill me?" Since I said so, I naturally have confidence. Moreover, you have no choice. Although you are a god spirit, you should also know how many people in the outside world are spying on you. Enough ants can bite an elephant to death. The moment you are born, you will be besieged from all sides. Even if you can fight your way out of the encirclement with your strength, engaging in a fierce battle as soon as you are born will definitely injure your origin chi. In the future, you will never have any hope of achieving the body of a true dragon. Even so, I won't submit to you. The serpent sneered. Hearing the other party's words, Li Chongqing frowned. He had wasted his breath talking so much because he saw that the other party had gained sentience and wanted to win him over with virtue. He did not expect that the other party had no intention of subduing him at all. Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to show you what I can do. With that, Li Chongqing waved his hand and shattered the two formations that fell down. Then, he transformed the giant palm print and directly hit the serpent in the river. The serpent's scales stood up and it let out a sharp sound. It opened its mouth and spat a ball of flame at Li Chongqing. However, as soon as the flame got close to Li Chongqing's palm, it was absorbed and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the huge palm directly grabbed the serpent's vital point. No matter how the serpent struggled, it could not break free. How can you be so powerful? The serpent's voice was already tinged with panic. It had been born in this spirit vein and was a heavenly divine being. Although it had yet to be formally born, the power in its body was already terrifying. This was where its confidence came from. Despite knowing that there were so many experts on Mount Xianhuang attacking it, it was still fearless. But when Li Chongqing's palm descended, it felt powerless. You should be officially born in 3 days. If you don't want me to skin you alive and refine your soul into an artifact, you'd better obediently submit to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Chongqing's voice was as harsh as an aluminum bell, imbued with the power of sound. The serpent's eyes struggled for a moment before it finally lowered its head. I'm willing to submit to you. Call me master, Li Chongqing sternly said. He knew that even though this was a heavenly divine being, it was still just a beast. This sort of thing feared authority and not virtue. If he did not establish a powerful dignity, it might betray him at any moment. You're going too far. The serpent suddenly raised its head, its eyes filled with killing intent. You really are a beast. Li Chongqing coldly snorted and flicked the serpent's head with a finger. Bang! A light flick sent the serpent back into the spirit vein. Its body constantly twitched, and many of its scales bled as its flesh was torn open. A second later, Li Chongqing reached into the spirit vein again and captured the serpent. Are you convinced now? This time, the serpent no longer dared to throw a tantrum. It obediently lowered its head, brimming with subservience. At this time, more formations fell from the sky. Li Chongqing shattered them one by one with a wave of his hand. The people from these sects are really annoying. This kind of continuous formation will definitely damage your Xiantian Yuan Qi. Let me, your master, protect you. As he spoke, Li Chongqing dispersed the colossal palm print and sat cross-legged on the stone. Every time a formation fell, he would break it with a wave of his hand. The serpent finally understood Li Chongqing's methods. It no longer dared to throw a tantrum. It obediently lay dormant in the spirit vein, absorbing the spiritual qi in the spirit vein to recover from the injuries that Li Chongqing had inflicted on it. Fortunately, Li Chongqing's attacks were controlled and only caused some superficial wounds. Even so, the serpent was still traumatized. Chapter 669. Today was the day of the duel between the Seven Mysteries sect's Supreme Elder Yang Hongbo and Li Chongqing. No one knew who had spread the news. The disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect, the Stargazing Pavilion, and the other sects all came to watch the show. Even the elders of the sects were paying attention to this matter. At 10 o'clock in the morning, thousands of people had gathered at the peak of the mysterious Yellow Mountain. Everyone knew that once the treasure appeared in the Xianhuang Mountain, there would be a chaotic battle. Everyone would fight over the divine object. However, before the treasure appeared, everyone was accumulating their strength. These few days, everyone had become more and more depressed. This duel could be considered as a form of relaxation in this stressful environment. I heard that the Supreme Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect is fighting a young disciple from the Stargazing Pavilion. He is only in his 20s. Is this true? Some people heard the commotion and came to watch. They did not know the real reason for the duel. He is not a disciple of the Gazing Star Pavilion, but he has some friendly relations with the people of the Gazing Star Pavilion. I heard that this young man is extraordinary. A protector and an elder of the Seven Mysteries sect died at his hands. Otherwise, how could a grand elder of the Seven Mysteries sect personally challenge him? Then there will be a show to watch. Yes. Look, Elder Yang is here. A commotion came from the crowd. Yang Hongba strode over, surrounded by the disciples and protectors of the Seven Mysteries sect. Greetings, Elder Yang. Greetings, Elder Yang. Most of the people who came to watch the show were young disciples. The older generation all had their own methods and stood at a distance to watch the duel. The Seven Mysteries sect had a very high status in the northern cultivation world. Especially for a Vajra realm martial artist like Yang Hongba, no one dared to slight him. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. Yang Hongba was in high spirits. An elder and a protector of the Seven Mysteries sect died at the hands of Li Chongsheng. As the Supreme Elder, he naturally wanted to avenge them. Most importantly, this matter concerned the reputation of the Seven Mysteries sect. Before this, he had ordered his disciples to wantonly spread the news of his duel with Li Chongsheng, saying that Li Chongsheng was a super genius. After all, he was a dignified grand elder with such a high seniority. If he lost to a young man in a duel, it would be incomparably shameful. Even if he won, it would still be shameful. However, if he were to describe his opponent as a super genius, then it would be a completely different story. As long as he won, not only would the Seven Mysteries sect's name be spread far and wide, his own reputation would also rise to a whole new level. After Yang Hongba appeared, he walked to a huge rock and placed his hands behind his back. He quietly looked at the sea of clouds at the foot of the mountain. He had the demeanor of a master. Elder Yang is truly an immortal. That's right. According to my master, Elder Yang was a distinguished person when he was young. Even though he's old, he's still as elegant as ever. Yang Hongba quietly looked at the scenery at the top of the mountain. Every word of the people around him fell into his ears. Although there was no expression on his face, he was very proud of himself. Although I haven't been in Jianghu for many years, there are still legends about me. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 2 hours had passed. The people who had been patiently waiting finally became restless. Why hasn't that Li Chongsheng appeared yet? Don't tell me he doesn't dare to come? What a coward! Yang Hongba, who was standing on top of the huge rock, frowned. He and Li Chongsheng had agreed to have a duel here today, but they didn't mention a time. Could it be that I'm too early? Yang Hongba's face was somewhat ugly. The afternoon sun was somewhat vicious. Even an expert like Yang Hongba had sweat on his head. Those disciples with lower cultivations were even more bitter. However, in order to maintain his immortal-like image, Yang Hongba still stood there quietly. 1 hour, 2 hours. Time passed by quickly. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The people looked around, but they still couldn't see Li Chongsheng's shadow. This time, even Yang Hongba couldn't remain calm. This was because if Li Chongsheng still didn't appear, the sky would turn dark. The sky was dark, and the sun was setting in the west. The sky was filled with burning clouds, and Yang Hongba's cheeks were bright red. The spectators, who were originally in high spirits, had already found a place to sit down. When the sun had completely set in the west, Yang Hongba finally couldn't help but turn around. His face was full of coldness. "Good, Li Changxing, you dare to stand me up. You and I are irreconcilable." Yang Hongba waved his hand and smashed the blue stone next to him into pieces. Then, he angrily flicked his sleeves and left. This Li Changxing is really too unreliable. Since he doesn't dare to accept the challenge, then he shouldn't accept it. He wouldn't deliberately stand Yang Hongba up and play with this Supreme Elder, right? This is too despicable. Elder Yang has been waiting for a whole day. Countless voices were heard. Although Yang Hongba had already reached the top of the mountain path, his hearing was too sensitive for an expert of his level. Those words still clearly entered his ears, causing his cheeks to become somewhat distorted. "Martial uncle." A disciple followed behind Yang Hongba. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Hongba waved his sleeve and interrupted him. He coldly snorted and said, "Follow me to the side courtyard of the stargazing pavilion. This old man will personally break Li Changxing's neck." "Martial uncle, you must not let anger get to your head. The reason Li Changxing is so fearless is because he is hiding in the courtyard of the stargazing pavilion. If martial uncle forcefully takes action there, even if the people of the stargazing pavilion are unwilling to offend our Seven Mysteries sect, I'm afraid that the experts of the stargazing pavilion will have no choice but to protect their reputation. The divine object is about to appear. If we have a conflict with the stargazing pavilion at this time, then when the time comes to compete for the treasure, we will be in a passive position. Martial uncle, please consider the big picture." "The big picture, the big picture. I was tricked by that brat. Do you want me to pretend that nothing happened?" Yang Hongba's eyes widened, revealing the anger in his heart. He had thought of many possible outcomes. He could defeat Li Changxing, and the elders of the sect behind Li Changxing would step in, or the people of the stargazing pavilion would step in to help Li Changxing fight against him. For this, he had already discussed it with several experts of the sect and made a foolproof plan. However, he did not think that Li Changxing would actually dare to trick him and not show up at all. He had waited from morning until night like an idiot. He was afraid that he would become a laughingstock tomorrow. Although many people would laugh at Li Changxing for being a coward and not daring to accept the challenge, there would also be a large number of people who would regard him as a joke. For Yang Hongba, who had always cared about his reputation, this was simply unbearable. "Martial uncle, when the treasure appears, the various sects will definitely fight. At that time, will we still have to worry about not having an opportunity to deal with Li Changxing?" that disciple advised. Phew! Yang Hongba let out a long breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes flickered with a cold light. "I will definitely kill Li Changxing. Definitely." Chapter 670. For the past 3 days, Li Changxing had stayed in the spirit vein to protect the serpent that was about to be born. During this period, he had broken countless arrays. Today, he had finally completed his task and the day of the serpent's birth had arrived. You should be able to absorb all the spirit chi in the underground in a few hours. It's time for you to leave this spirit vein. Li Changxing finished speaking to the serpent and stepped out, leaving the spirit vein and returning to the courtyard. As soon as he appeared, he saw his disciple, Tong Xian, clutching his swollen face. "What's wrong with your face?" Li Changxing asked. Tong Xian's body trembled, and then his eyes revealed a look of surprise. "Master, you're back? I'm asking you, what's wrong with your face?" Li Changxing's voice was somewhat cold. Could it be that during the 3 days that he was away, someone bullied his disciple? After being questioned by Li Changxing, Tong Xian suddenly felt wronged, and tears welled up in his eyes. After all, he was only a teenager and could not hide his feelings. Nothing. He lowered his head. I'll let you speak. Li Changxing's voice became colder and colder. It's like this, Tong Xian said hesitantly. Previously, you agreed to fight with the Supreme Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, Yang Hongba. Because you did not show up, the Stargazing Pavilion was afraid that the Seven Mysteries sect would take revenge on you, so they wanted to drive us out of this courtyard. Because Master was not here, they vented their anger on me. Fortunately, Sister Han and Uncle Han interceded for me, so they did not do anything extreme. However, the disciple who was supposed to serve us did not appear since yesterday. There was no food in the house, so I went to find Sister Han and asked her to help me find something to eat. Unexpectedly, I met the disciples of the Stargazing Pavilion on the way. They laughed at me and insulted Master, so I fought with them. In the end, you were beaten? Li Changxing walked in front of Tong Xian and looked at his swollen face. Li Changxing could clearly see that Tong Xian's wounds were being healed by spiritual energy. It would probably take less than half an hour for the swelling to subside. He could also see that Tong Xian's previous injuries were definitely more serious. Because of the spiritual energy, Li Changxing's current appearance was much better. Let's go. The Stargazing Pavilion has gone too far. Master will help you. With that, Li Changxing pulled Tong Xian out of the courtyard. However, before he could leave, the courtyard's door was kicked open with a bang. A middle-aged man aggressively walked in, followed by a group of disciples of the Stargazing Pavilion. Li Changxing, as expected, you were hiding in the courtyard. Your disciple even said that you weren't around recently. You coward. If you don't have the guts, then don't provoke the Seven Mysteries sect. If you provoke the Seven Mysteries sect and don't dare to accept the challenge, then the Seven Mysteries sect will hold a grudge against my Stargazing Pavilion. Now, I'm going to kick you out of this courtyard and tell the people of the Seven Mysteries sect that you have nothing to do with my Stargazing Pavilion. Immediately. The man's words were righteous, and his expression was full of arrogance. Who are you? What right do you have to drive me out? This courtyard was arranged for us by your sect's elder Yu Jianghe. What, is this how the Stargazing Pavilion treats your benefactor? Benefactor? You are not worthy. Sure enough, like teacher, like disciple. Your disciple was very stubborn, and in the end, he was taught a lesson by my disciple. You are the same as your disciple. If you don't move out of this courtyard now, then I will teach you a lesson too. You mean, it was your disciple who beat my disciple? Li Changxing's eyes flashed with coldness. That's right. If you don't move out, then I will beat you too. Ha ha. First of all, this courtyard is not the courtyard of the Stargazing Pavilion, but the courtyard of the Xianwang Mountain. The Stargazing Pavilion forcibly occupied it, so you have no right to ask me to leave. Second, you beat my disciple. I originally wanted to find you, but since you came knocking on my door, then don't blame me for being rude. Li Changxing coldly snorted and took a step forward. A fierce aura was brewing in his body. Ha ha! How arrogant! The man pulled out the sword in his hand. Master Lu, don't be impulsive. At this time, two figures rushed in. It was Han Tianlong and Han Yuma, father and daughter. Master Lu, Mr. Li saved our lives. He is the benefactor of the Stargazing Pavilion. How can you drive them away? In the future, people will say that the Stargazing Pavilion repaid kindness with enmity. Get lost. The middle-aged man pushed Han Tianlong to the side. It's all because of you that the one surnamed Han ended up living in this remote courtyard, causing others to think that he was a member of my Stargazing Pavilion. Because of that, he provoked the Seven Mysteries sect. I'll settle this matter with you in the future. Today, I'll deal with this arrogant person who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Elder Lu raised the sword in his hand, and his aura locked onto Li Changxing. Master Lu, don't be impulsive. Regardless of whether what you did was right or wrong, Mr. Li can easily defeat the 5 elders of the Seven Mysteries sect. You will only bring shame to yourself. Nonsense. Elder Lu snorted coldly. When someone told me that he defeated the 5 elders of the 7 Mysteries sect, I did not believe it. He is so young. Do you think he started cultivating when he was in his mother's womb? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it is impossible for him to have such high achievements. Moreover, he did not even dare to accept the challenge of the supreme elders of the 7 Mysteries sect. Such a cowardly person is enough to prove that he has always been pretending. Today I will expose his true colors. After speaking, Elder Lu waved his sword, and a sharp crescent formed, slashing towards Li Chongqing. Sword Qi. The peak of the Xiantian realm is close to the Vajra realm. No wonder he dares to fight with me. Li Chongqing smiled and shook his head. Li Chongqing saved Han Yuma and his daughter, and the stargazing pavilion was indebted to him. However, the stargazing pavilion didn't know how to be grateful. This was fine, especially this Elder Lu. His disciple beat Tong Xian, but he didn't teach his disciple a lesson. Instead, he supported his disciple and even drove Li Chongqing away. This made Li Chongqing's good impression of the stargazing pavilion completely ruined. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. In the face of the sword light, Li Chongqing's face did not change much. When the sword light was close to his head, he lightly waved his palm, and the sword light disappeared into thin air. How could this be? Elder Lu's face was filled with disbelief. However, Li Chongqing did not give him too much time to be surprised. Immediately after, his figure turned into a shadow and appeared beside Elder Lu. Elder Lu once again brandished his sword, but with a flick of Li Chongqing's finger, the divine weapon refined from meteorites from outer space instantly broke into several pieces. In the next moment, Li Chongqing stretched out his hand and grabbed Elder Lu's neck with lightning speed, lifting him up into the air. Elder Lu's face finally revealed a look of fear because he found that the true essence in his body was imprisoned at this moment. He was like a piece of wood waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 671. Mr. Li, please have mercy. A loud shout was heard. A figure approached from afar and quickly appeared in the courtyard. Yu Jianghe. It was the stargazing pavilion elder who helped Li Chongqing arrange this courtyard. At this moment, he appeared anxiously. Elder Lu didn't mean to offend you. Mr. Li, please have mercy on him. Yu Jianghe appeared and tried to persuade Li Chongqing earnestly. Ha. He slashed me with his sword and said he didn't mean to offend me. Are you waiting for me to be killed by him? Do you think it's okay for him to say sorry? Li Chongqing's hand slowly tightened. Elder Lu's cheeks were red and his eyes began to bulge out due to suffocation. Mr. Li, you have to think twice before you act. Elder Lu is an important figure in the stargazing pavilion and there are many experts in the stargazing pavilion. Please don't make a mistake. Are you threatening me? Li Chongqing sneered. I've never been threatened. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chongqing suddenly let go of his hand and then slapped Elder Lu's chest. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Elder Lu was sent flying backward, smashing a hole in the wall of the courtyard and falling to the ground. A large part of his chest had caved in, and he kept coughing out blood. He struggled to get up from the ground, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The surrounding people widened their eyes. They didn't expect Li Chongqing to really dare to attack Elder Lu. After all, Elder Lu had the entire stargazing pavilion behind him. Elder Lu, are you okay? Yu Jianghe, who came to his senses, hurried over to support Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu paid no attention to Yu Jianghe at all, and kept his eyes fixed on Li Chongqing. At this time, the movement here attracted many people's attention. Several figures rushed in. After seeing the injured Elder Lu, they all stared at Li Chongqing with murderous intent. How dare you? How dare you hurt Elder Lu? Die! Just as these people were about to make a move, Elder Lu suddenly said, "Don't make a move. I underestimated him just now, that's why he had an opportunity to take advantage of." As he spoke, he raised his hand and took out a large square seal. The seal expanded in the wind and became 10 feet in size. "Elder Lu, please stop in time. Don't let the misunderstanding deepen." At this moment, Han Tianlong stepped forward anxiously. On one side was his sect, and on the other side was his benefactor. The two of them becoming mortal enemies was definitely not something he was willing to see. "Didn't you see him pinching my neck and injuring me? If I don't kill him, how can I walk in this world in the future? Moreover, this person saved you and your daughter. I think he has a plan. He only wants to infiltrate the stargazing pavilion. Elder Lu, I think you should calm down a little. The reason why things have developed to this point is entirely because your disciple injured Tong Xian first, and you came to denounce him without any reason. Moreover, Mr. Li was holding your neck just now. He could have killed you on the spot. He only severely injured you. Mr. Li showed mercy." "Nonsense!" Elder Lu shouted loudly. "He is clearly fearful of the strength of the stargazing pavilion and didn't dare to kill me. Otherwise, why would he show mercy? Han Tianlong, get out of the way immediately. Otherwise, once my seal smashes down, you will die together with him. Elder Lu, you can't do this." Han Tianlong's face was filled with anxiety. "Get out of the way. Let him come." At this moment, Li Chongqing spoke nonchalantly. "I can't." Han Tianlong shook his head. "Elder Lu, this seal is his famous Dharma artifact. He obtained it from an ancient relic. It is extremely powerful. Even a Vajra realm martial expert can't withstand it. It's fine. Get out of the way. Since you are willing to stand out now, I didn't save you in vain. It's just a small seal. I don't care about it." This, Han Tianlong was struggling as he looked at Elder Lu again. "Elder Lu, can't we sit down and have a good talk to resolve this misunderstanding? Why do we have to fight and kill?" Elder Lu shook his head. "No. I must kill this kid today. Whoever stops me will be my enemy." Han Tianlong looked at Li Chongqing again. Li Chongqing shook his head resolutely. He didn't say a word, but he had already expressed his attitude. "Sigh." Han Tianlong sighed. He knew that he couldn't stop the two of them. He had no choice but to move out of the way. The moment Han Tianlong moved out of the way, Elder Lu's eyes revealed a sinister look. The seal whizzed towards Li Chongqing. After all, Han Tianlong was a disciple of the stargazing pavilion. Furthermore, he had just made a great contribution to the stargazing pavilion. Even with Elder Lu's status, he would be punished if he hurt or killed Han Tianlong. Once Han Tianlong moved out of the way, he had no more scruples. On the other hand, the disciples of the stargazing pavilion were all excited. They were well aware of the power of the seal. "This kid is too arrogant. He dares to take Martial Uncle Lu's iron seal head-on. He will definitely be smashed into a meat patty." He clearly caught Martial Uncle Lu just now. If I were him, I would definitely not give Martial Uncle Lu a chance to turn the tables. After all, he is too young. Yu Jianghe didn't say anything. At that time, Li Chongqing had the upper hand, so he stepped out to stop him. However, it was different now. Elder Lu had taken out the iron seal. He knew the power of the iron seal. If Elder Lu could smash Li Chongqing to death, not only would he be able to avenge himself, he would also be able to answer to the Seven Mysteries sect. It could be said that he killed two birds with one stone. As for the matter of Li Chongqing saving Han Tianlong, the demon diagram of the flood dragon crouching flame was already in the hands of the stargazing pavilion. The outside world's discussion couldn't really affect the stargazing pavilion. Furthermore, the stargazing pavilion could say that the matter of Li Chongqing saving Han Tianlong and Han Tianlong was false. Go to hell. Elder Lu's eyes were filled with arrogance as he continued to spit out blood. His hair fluttered in the wind, making him look particularly ferocious. To him, being choked by Li Chongqing was a great humiliation. As the iron seal fell, it brought with it a strong gust of wind. The dense heaven and earth origin qi condensed into a vortex, giving people a feeling of doomsday. The qi dynamic of the iron seal locked onto Li Chongqing and slowly fell. Its speed wasn't fast, but with every inch it fell, its power increased. When it was about to reach Li Chongqing's head, the power it condensed was no weaker than a mountain. This was the power of the iron seal. Even a Vajra realm martial expert's physical body wouldn't be able to withstand the force of a huge mountain when crushed by it. The space around Li Chongqing was confined. Before the iron seal fell, the terrifying qi wave hit his body. Han Tianlong and his daughter couldn't help but turn their heads to the side. Tong Xian even cried out in alarm. As for the disciples of the stargazing pavilion, their eyes were filled with joy. Li Chongqing saved Han Tianlong and his daughter, so he should be the benefactor of the stargazing pavilion. However, at this moment, they couldn't wait for Li Chongqing to be smashed into pieces. Chapter 672. As Elder Lu's square-shaped iron seal fell, the entire world changed color. As the saying went, the iron seal had the power of a mountain. Go to hell! Elder Lu laughed out loud. He could almost see the scene of Li Chongqing being crushed into a meat patty by the iron seal. However, in the face of such a mighty power of heaven and earth, Li Chongqing did not panic at all. Instead, he sneered as if he was looking at a clown. He quietly looked at the big seal falling from the sky. His expression did not change at all from the beginning to the end. The iron seal completely pressed down with a terrifying aura. At this moment, Li Chongqing raised his arm and slowly clenched his fist. Then, he gently punched towards the sky. He was like an ant facing a huge rock, making a helpless resistance. However, the moment the fist and the big seal collided, there was a sudden roar between heaven and earth. A fist force surged out crazily and hit the iron seal, tearing it into pieces. The earth was trembling and dust was rising everywhere. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at this unbelievable scene. The treasure that Elder Lu had obtained from the primordial ruins was shattered by Li Chongqing's punch, just like that. Such an understatement, as if everything was only natural. However, the entire air froze. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was unbelievable, unimaginable, and even baffling. Because this scene was too unbelievable, too absurd, and too strange. They could not figure it out. They could not understand it and felt like they were dreaming. In everyone's opinion, no matter how strong Li Chongqing was, he would have to hold back his hatred when facing the iron seal that was equivalent to a small mountain. No matter how many magical powers he had, his body would not be able to withstand such a powerful force. After all, it was equivalent to the power of a small mountain. However, this was the truth. Even if they did not believe it or accept it, so what? What other tricks do you have? You can use them all. Otherwise, you can only take them to your grave. Li Chongqing looked at Elder Lu quietly and hooked his finger. There was not much provocation. His eyes were indifferent from the beginning. This indifference was indifference and even more disdain. I'll fight it out with you. Elder Lu could not bear such humiliation. He frantically circulated the vital essence in his body and used a set of mystic arts that he had never planned to use. He was clearly seriously injured, but the aura on his body instantly surged, like a burning furnace. He struck out with his palm, and the surging yuan qi was like a river, rushing towards Li Chongqing. However, when this crazy attack approached Li Chongqing's body, it was as if a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured into a boiling pot. The violent yuan qi calmed down and then gradually dissipated. Everything was so strange. The place fell into absolute silence. Everyone felt that it was absurd. They couldn't believe that such a strange thing could happen. Han Tianlong and Han Yuma had completely turned into stone men. Tong Xian's eyes sparkled. Yu Jianghe, on the other hand, felt his scalp go numb because he understood what this meant. At this moment, Elder Lu felt powerless. Li Chongqing was like a mountain in front of him, making him feel small and insignificant. It was as if no matter what he did, he could not shake him. What other tricks do you have? Hurry up and use them. If not, you won't have the chance. Li Chongqing's eyes were filled with contempt. He looked down at Elder Lu as if he was looking at an ant. In his eyes, no matter how many tricks Elder Lu had, they were laughable and not worthy of his serious treatment. What realm are you at? Elder Lu stared at Li Chongqing. He did not attack again because he had no more tricks up his sleeve. The square metal seal and the burning mystic arts were his biggest trump card. However, his trump cards were a joke in front of Li Chongqing. He had used all his strength to launch an attack, but in the end it could not even scratch an itch. What could be more frustrating than this? It seems that you have exhausted all your tricks. Since you really don't have any more tricks, is it time for me to attack next? Li Chongqing rotated his neck and moved his wrists, making a few dodging movements like a secular boxer. If Li Chongqing had made such a move before, it would have only attracted ridicule. However, everyone's hearts were in their mouths now. Even if it was just a sneeze from an elephant, it would be a disaster for an ant. Now Li Chongqing was the elephant and Elder Lu was the ant. Mr. Li, it is indeed our stargazing pavilion's fault. It is also Elder Lu's fault. I apologize to you on his behalf. Please stop for the sake of the stargazing pavilion. At this moment, Yu Jianghe finally could not help but speak up. At that time, Li Chongqing stood there without moving, and Elder Lu could not hurt Li Chongqing. Once Li Chongqing counterattacked, it could be imagined that it would be a disaster for Elder Lu. Haha. It is impolite not to reciprocate. It is not my style to take a beating and not fight back. With that, Li Chongqing raised his fist without hesitation and then punched forward. As soon as this punch was thrown, a fist force rushed towards Elder Lu like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was majestic and soul-stirring. Elder Lu's eyes revealed a look of fear. Now his physical condition was like a rotten sieve, with holes everywhere. Even when his body was at its peak, he could not block Li Chongqing's punch, let alone now. He was sure that if he was hit by this punch, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured and damage his martial arts foundation. This was simply unimaginable for a warrior. However, how could Li Chongqing's punch be blocked so easily? Elder Yu and several disciples of the Stargazing Pavilion were just about to attack, but before they could get close to the fist force, they were blown back by the surging wind. Only then did they understand how powerful this punch was. Bang! There was a loud noise. Elder Lu's body disappeared in an instant. Then everyone saw that he crashed through 3 courtyard walls in succession, broke an ancient tree that was as thick as 5 or 6 people hugging it, and fell to the ground. One punch took away half of Elder Lu's life. Come back here. Li Chongqing then stomped his foot on the ground, and invisible ripples spread out. Several disciples of the Stargazing Pavilion could not dodge in time and were directly shaken to the ground, vomiting blood. Even Yu Jianghe's body swayed, and he barely stood still after using all his strength to block. The next moment, Elder Lu, who had fallen to the ground, was directly shaken up like a flea on a drum. Before he landed, Li Chongqing raised his hand and an invisible force pulled him back by the neck to Li Chongqing's side, and he crawled under his feet. Bang! Li Chongqing raised his foot and stomped on Elder Lu's face, turning half of his face into a bloody mess. This is for my disciple, Child Xian. You have not taught your disciple well and allowed your disciple to commit murder. You can't tell right from wrong. Chapter 673. The elder of the star-gazing pavilion was trampled on and beaten to a pulp. He was too bold and didn't take the star-gazing pavilion seriously at all. Then, Li Chongqing attacked again. This time, he stepped on Elder Lu's back. Bang! There was a crisp sound. Under Li Chongqing's foot, Elder Lu's body was directly split from the middle and blood spilled all over the ground. You've gone too far. At this time, Yu Jianghe finally reacted and shouted angrily. Do you want to fight with me? Li Chongqing cast a gloomy look over. As long as Yu Jianghe dared to attack, he would kill him without hesitation. Those who offend me must die. This was Li Chongqing's thought at this moment. The way the star-gazing pavilion handled things really disappointed him. Tong Xian was beaten, Elder Lu was arrogant and despotic, and the star-gazing pavilion couldn't distinguish right from wrong. This really infuriated Li Chongqing. A lion sometimes ignored a fly buzzing in its ear. It didn't mean that the lion was easy to bully, but that the lion disdained to get angry. Once it got angry, the fly would die without a doubt. Yu Jianghe stood where he was and didn't dare to attack. Although he wanted to avenge Elder Lu, he knew that he would definitely die if he attacked. Li Chongqing was too terrifying, like a devil. When he faced Li Chongqing, he had no confidence in his heart. He couldn't imagine that a young man could be so terrifying. If he had known that Li Chongqing was so terrifying, he would have dissuaded Elder Lu in advance. He would never have let Elder Lu lead a group of disciples here foolishly. Even at this time, Yu Jianghe didn't regret his decision, nor did he think that Elder Lu did anything wrong. What he regretted was that he didn't make a perfect plan and misjudged Li Chongqing's combat strength. What should I do? Just as Yu Jianghe was trying to think of a way out, rumble! Several ear-piercing sounds were heard in the distance, and several figures were approaching quickly. The battle here alarmed the higher-ups of the star-gazing pavilion, and the reinforcements of the star-gazing pavilion were here. 4 figures took the lead and appeared in the courtyard first. When they saw Elder Lu's dismembered body, everyone went crazy. This person actually dares to be so impudent. I will kill you. Elder Lu, you died so miserably. Since the establishment of the stargazing pavilion, I have never suffered such a great humiliation. Elder Lu, we will definitely avenge you. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they stared at Li Chongqing. They wanted nothing more than to skin Li Chongqing alive and pull out his tendons. I'm Zhao Xiaojie, the master of the stargazing pavilion. Thief, how dare you commit murder in the territory of the stargazing pavilion? I'll tear you into pieces today. The purple-robed stargazing pavilion master, Zhao Xiaojie, wielded a wooden sword. The wooden sword was purple-red and emitted a scorching aura. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. Other than the stargazing pavilion master Zhao Xiaojie, there was also the Grand Elder Ji Yuanjia, Zong Penghai, and the Guardian King Si Jixing. These 4 people were all Vajra realm martial experts and were the 4 most powerful people in the stargazing pavilion. Pavilion master, there is no need to talk nonsense with him. This person deserves to die. Let me take him down. The Guardian King Si Jixing had the most violent temper. The true qi in his body surged violently, and he could not help but want to take action. The other 2 Grand Elders, Ji Yuanjia and Zong Penghai, stared at Li Chongqing. The position they occupied just happened to surround Li Chongqing to prevent Li Chongqing from taking the opportunity to escape. However, it was obvious that they were overthinking. Li Chongqing had no intention of escaping. He just looked at the people of the stargazing pavilion quietly with a calm face. It was as if he was not facing 4 Vajra realm martial experts, but some random cats and dogs. On the way here, I met a disciple of the stargazing pavilion who was in danger, so I helped him. At that time, Yu Jianghe agreed to let me stay in this courtyard. As for the grudge between me and the 7 Mysteries sect, in the end, it was caused by your stargazing pavilion. 3 days ago, I arranged a battle with the 7 Mysteries sect's Grand Elder, Yang Hongba, but due to some matters, I was unable to participate. When I returned to the courtyard, I saw my disciple's face was swollen. He also told me that someone did not give him food. Originally, the matter between disciples was like a fight between children. As long as the parents talked it out, it would be fine. However, that elder Lu did not distinguish right from wrong and directly came to denounce us. He even wanted to expel us from this courtyard. Although this courtyard was allocated to me by your stargazing pavilion, in the end, this is the territory of the Xianhuang Mountain. I am staying in the courtyard of the Xianhuang Mountain. What right do you have to expel us? What's more, my disciple was beaten up, and others came to denounce us. Do you really think that I, Li Chongqing, am a pushover? Elder Lu thought that he had the support of the stargazing pavilion. He was not as good as me and deserved to die. If you want to avenge him, you can come at me. Don't blame me for being merciless. Just as Li Chongqing finished speaking, the guardian king Si Jixing had already let out a wild laugh. Ha ha! How laughable! Why don't you take a look at yourself? How dare you threaten us? Who do you think you are? Are you referring to a profound realm expert? Si Jixing had long wanted to attack. When he heard Li Chongqing's words, his face was filled with disdain. Li Chongqing also laughed. There are always many people in this world. If you don't beat them up, they won't know how to act like a grandson. You just said that you want to teach me a lesson, right? Li Chongqing asked indifferently. I'm not teaching you a lesson, I'm killing you. Si Jixing sneered. In his eyes, Li Chongqing was already a turtle in a jar. There was only one way out. Is that so? Since you want to kill me, then I'll have to kill you first. As soon as Li Chongqing finished speaking, he suddenly raised his palm and slapped at Si Jixing. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he did, it was like a thunderbolt. A powerful aura locked onto Si Jixing, and his palm slapped down. No one would have thought that Li Chongqing would dare to take the initiative to attack under such heavy encirclement. How dare you! How dare you! The stargazing pavilion master Zhao Xiaojie and the two supreme elders roared at the same time. However, with a loud bang, a powerful force crushed down. Before Si Jixing could react, he was slapped on the body. He knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Didn't you want to kill me just now? Why don't you fight back? Li Chongqing was like a rogue fighting. He directly grabbed Si Jixing's hair, then raised his foot and kicked him hard in the face. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks, after more than 10 kicks in a row, Si Jixing's face was badly mutilated. His nose was flattened, and many of his teeth had fallen out. However, Li Chongqing did not stop. He directly pressed Si Jixing's head to the ground, raised his fist, and punched him again and again. It was very simple, but with every punch, Si Jixing's body would twitch. A few seconds later, he was completely delirious. He was completely dazed from the beating. He mumbled something, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Everyone in the field widened their eyes. This scene was too sudden. Chapter 674. Bastard! How dare you hurt someone in front of me? You are courting death. The stargazing pavilion master, Zhao Xiaojie, was furious. Everyone, let's attack together and crush this scoundrel. Zhao Xiaojie gave the order. Ji Yuanjia and Zhong Penghai rushed towards Li Chongqing at the same time. Good timing. Li Chongqing kicked Si Jixing to the side and faced Zhao Xiaojie and the other two. Boom! Li Chongqing raised his palm and slammed it down. The violent spiritual power circulated in his hand as if a mountain was slamming down. Zhong Penghai, who was the first to rush up, was the first to collide with Li Chongqing's palm. He spat out blood and fell to the ground, struggling. Zhao Xiaojie and Ji Yuanjia, who rushed up next, instantly stopped in their tracks. As the Grand Supreme Elder of the Stargazing Pavilion and a Vajra Realm martial expert, Zhong Penghai was severely injured by Li Chongqing so easily. This was simply too terrifying. However, even though they stopped attacking, Li Chongqing didn't intend to let them go. Come here. Li Chongqing's palm turned into a claw, and an invisible suction pulled Ji Yuanjia to his side. Li Chongqing grabbed Ji Yuanjia's neck, and with a crisp crack, Ji Yuanjia's neck was crushed by Li Chongqing. His head fell limply, but he didn't die. This was all thanks to his Vajra realm cultivation. However, with his neck broken, he had completely lost his combat strength and couldn't even stand properly. He casually defeated 3 Vajra realm martial experts and broke their encirclement. This scene caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Yu Jianghe, Zhao Xiaojie, Han Tianlong, Han Yuma, and the others finally understood a fact at this moment. Li Chongqing was insolent because he was confident. They couldn't imagine that a young man in his 20s could be so terrifying even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb. However, Li Chongqing had shown them. The remaining ordinary disciples might be looking at Li Chongqing with caution, but they didn't have the courage to make a move. Kid, do you really want to fight to the death with our stargazing pavilion? Zhao Xiaojie asked sternly. It was your stargazing pavilion who offended me first. Why are you blaming me now? Li Chongqing waved his hand and swung it down. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. There was a clear slap mark on Zhao Xiaojie's cheek. He had a bad feeling when Li Chongqing raised his palm, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't avoid it at all. Thus, he was slapped by Li Chongqing in front of everyone. Hatred, anger, and shame appeared on Zhao Xiaojie's face at the same time. It was a great shame that the head of the stargazing pavilion was slapped in the face. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified, and even the sound of breathing seemed to have become cautious. Li Chongqing slapped Zhao Xiaojie in the face. That was the pavilion master of the stargazing pavilion. While many people were in disbelief, they also felt deeply humiliated. When the Lord was worried, the minister would be humiliated. When the Lord was humiliated, the minister would die. As disciples of the stargazing pavilion, it was a kind of torture for them to see their headmaster being beaten. I'll fight with you. At this time, Yu Jianghe finally couldn't help rushing toward Li Chongqing. However, as soon as he approached, he heard a bang. He was kicked in the lower abdomen by Li Chongqing, and then his whole body flew backward at a faster speed. After Yu Jianghe set an example, the other disciples of the stargazing pavilion also rushed toward Li Chongqing crazily. The pavilion master of the stargazing pavilion had an unparalleled status in their hearts. They couldn't watch the pavilion master be humiliated. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Forget it. I'll teach you some lessons. Li Chongqing snorted coldly and stomped on the ground. Invisible ripples spread out with his body as the center. Boom! The strong wind surged. Those disciples who rushed up didn't have a chance to get within 30 meters of Li Chongqing. They were all sent flying like dumplings. Bang bang! Bang bang! They fell to the ground. Li Chongqing was like an angry Vajra, invincible. No demons or ghosts could get close to him. More disciples in charge of the stargazing pavilion came after hearing the news. When they saw the scene of Li Chongqing sending so many disciples flying, they were finally shocked. None of these people dared to rush up. Only Li Chongqing stood there quietly. His expression was very calm, but he gave people an aura as deep as the abyss, giving rise to a feeling of reverence. Silence. The air became frozen. The pavilion master of the stargazing pavilion, Zhao Xiaojie, looked at Li Chongqing in a daze. He was slapped in the face. He wanted to fight back, but he didn't dare because he knew that once he fought back, he would suffer even greater humiliation. Either he would be seriously injured like Si Zhixing, whose face was unrecognizable and his nose was flattened, or he would be like Zhong Penghai and Ji Yuanjia, who were beaten to the ground and vomited blood. Moreover, since Li Chongqing was so powerful, it was very likely that he would kill them. Zhao Xiaojie was in a dilemma. If he had known that Li Changxing was such a terrifying figure, he wouldn't have chosen to go against Li Changxing. However, there was no medicine for regret in the world. If he bowed down now, his reputation would be ruined. Li Changxing, the stargazing pavilion has many good relationships with sects and many trump cards. Don't force me. As long as you leave now, we can pretend that nothing happened. As soon as Zhao Xiaojie's voice fell, many people behind him were stunned. What he meant was that as long as Li Changxing didn't take it to heart, the stargazing pavilion would swallow today's humiliation and accept it. Was this still the lofty pavilion master whose words carried enormous weight? It was simply unbelievable. However, Li Changxing didn't agree with him. Instead, he shook his head. I said no. You can use whatever means you have. You really want to fight to the death with me? Zhao Xiaojie's eyes were filled with madness. If Li Changxing didn't compromise and didn't accept his suggestion, it was equivalent to blocking his last escape route. Looking at Li Changxing's indifferent face, Zhao Xiaojie finally recognized the fact that the weak had no right to negotiate. Since you insist on forcing me, I will fight to the death with you. Zhao Xiaojie was an expert at the peak stage of the Vajra realm and was infinitely close to the Finger Profound realm. He was a true expert. At this moment, he was determined to fight to the death. His body was burning with qi and blood. The scarlet wooden sword and the purple robe on his body were blooming with radiance at the same time. It was actually an offensive and defensive artifact combination. Die! Zhao Xiaojie shouted angrily. A red light formed a giantly fire-vermilion bird in the air and pounced on Li Changxing. This wooden sword was a high-grade magic item and its power was very strong. In addition, Zhao Xiaojie was risking his life and using all the strength in his body. Even an expert at the early stage of the Finger Profound realm would have to temporarily avoid this attack. In Zhao Xiaojie's opinion, Li Changxing wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, he had underestimated Li Changxing. When the Li Fire Vermilion bird landed, Li Changxing didn't even move and allowed the Li Fire Vermilion bird to pounce on him. He originally thought that this attack would be enough to severely injure Li Changxing. However, Zhao Xiaojie soon realized that his shocking attack automatically dissipated when it got close to Li Changxing's body. After the fiery light surged, Li Changxing stood there unscathed. How is this possible? At this moment, Zhao Xiaojie's eyes were filled with fear. His opponent actually turned a blind eye to his all-out attack. The gap between them was too big. Chapter 675. Looking at the unscathed Li Changxing, Zhao Xiaojie finally understood how terrifying Li Changxing was. If he still thought that he had a slight chance of winning by using his Dharma artifact, this thought was completely shattered. Li Changxing was so strong that his body couldn't help but tremble. He knew the power of his Dharma artifact best, but he couldn't even hurt Li Changxing at all. Was Li Changxing still human? If even the stargazing pavilion master, Zhao Xiaojie, felt fear, the others could only despair. For Vajra realm martial experts couldn't do anything to Li Changxing even when they worked together. Instead, they were defeated by Li Changxing one by one. The stargazing pavilion had used all their trump cards, but there was no suspense in the outcome. Zhao Xiaojie was now staring at Li Changxing, and his hand that was holding the wooden sword was trembling slightly. At this moment, Li Changxing suddenly took a step forward. What are you trying to do? Zhao Xiaojie raised the wooden sword in his hand. He didn't dare to attack Li Changxing, but he also didn't want to let Li Changxing continue to move forward. Who are you to ask what I'm trying to do? Li Changxing took another step forward. The entire courtyard seemed to tremble. Immediately after, the wooden sword in Zhao Xiaojie's hand was hit by an invisible airwave. Crack! It was directly broken into two from the middle. Zhao Xiaojie's body also took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too terrifying. Everyone could feel their hearts pounding. Since when did a Vajra realm martial expert become so weak and vulnerable? Zhao Xiaojie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. Li Changxing's display of strength was getting stronger and stronger, to the point that he felt like he was an ant looking at a giant tree, as if he was looking at an ant. Thump, thump, thump. Li Changxing continued to step forward. Every step was like a huge drum in Zhao Xiaojie's heart lake. With every step, Zhao Xiaojie's qi and blood were surging. Finally, when Li Changxing took the fourth step, Zhao Xiaojie spat out a mouthful of blood again, and his entire body became dispirited. Li Changxing was like the Grim Reaper who was demanding his life. I was wrong, Mr. Li. Please forgive me. Finally, Zhao Xiaojie couldn't take it anymore and lowered his arrogant head. Because he knew that if he allowed Li Changxing to continue, Li Changxing wouldn't even need to make a move. Li Changxing would be shocked to death. Wrong? Isn't it a little too late? Li Changxing's body. Li's when he's inzazazazaz when he's in the next second. Li's his palm. Crack, crack. At that moment, Zhao Xiaojie spat out another mouthful of blood and staggered backward. He staggered backward and finally stood firm. However, his eyes were filled with desolation. Li Changxing, you're so ruthless. Zhao Xiaojie gritted his teeth and said. Li Changxing's S had broken his martial arts foundation. In the future, his martial arts realm would regress and fall out of the Vajra realm. For a martial artist, this was no different from killing him. And you Jianghe, you can't tell right from wrong. I can't let you off easily. Li Changxing raised his palm and pressed it down. Yu Jianghe's 7 orifices were bleeding in an instant. He knelt on the ground with a plop. When Li Changxing's SS dissipated, Yu Jianghe's eyes were filled with despair. This had also damaged his martial arts foundation. At this point, all the experts above the elder level of the stargazing pavilion had received the punishment they deserve. The remaining people of the stargazing pavilion all looked at Li Changxing with fear. The stargazing pavilion was a big sect in the north. These people were usually high and mighty. Now, one person had suppressed the entire sect. If this news were to spread, it would be shocking. The people of the stargazing pavilion were ungrateful and deserved to be punished. Li Changxing waved his sleeve, and a surge of genuine qi swept out in all directions. In an instant, except for Han Tianlong and Han Yuma, all the other disciples of the stargazing pavilion were sent flying. They all coughed up blood and fell to the ground. At this point, only Li Changxing, Tong Xian, and Han Tianlong were left standing in the courtyard. Benefactor. Han Tianlong opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He didn't expect the end result to be like this. Unexpectedly, Li Changxing ignored him. Instead, he looked at the people of the stargazing pavilion lying on the ground and said indifferently, "Get lost. If I see another disciple of the stargazing pavilion in the courtyard within 5 minutes, I'll send him out of this world forever." After Li Changxing finished speaking, he walked into the house with Tong Xian and closed the door. From the beginning to the end, he didn't prevent Tong Xian from witnessing such a bloody scene because he knew that as his disciple, Tong Xian would often face such scenes in the future. The so-called growth was nothing but helplessness. After bearing too much, it would become natural. After Li Changxing entered the house, the disciples of the stargazing pavilion left one by one in a sorry state. The elders who were severely injured were also carried away. This time, the stargazing pavilion had lost all face. The entire sect was trampled under one person's foot. They would surely learn from their mistakes and remember it well. However, with Zhao Xiaojie's martial arts foundation destroyed, the strength of the stargazing pavilion would drop significantly. Moreover, because the Vajra realm expert was injured, the stargazing pavilion would lose the qualification to compete for the divine item of Mount Xianhuang. After leaving the courtyard, the stargazing pavilion immediately announced an order for all disciples to withdraw from Mount Xianhuang. It was meaningless for them to stay. Han Tianlong and Han Yuma didn't dare to say goodbye to Li Chongqing. They were from the stargazing pavilion, and Li Chongqing was now the stargazing pavilion's #1 enemy. Unless they didn't want to stay in the stargazing pavilion in the future or directly followed Li Chongqing, they had to draw a clear line with Li Chongqing. Otherwise, if the people of the stargazing pavilion knew that they were still in contact with Li Chongqing, they wouldn't have a good life in the future. Even if they didn't come to visit Li Chongqing, in the eyes of the sect, there were still many voices that were unfavorable to them. After all, they were the ones who asked Yu Jianghe to take Li Chongqing up the mountain. Many people knew that they had a good relationship with Li Chongqing. However, the higher-ups of the stargazing pavilion kept silent about this. Zhao Xiaojie even personally summoned the father and daughter to comfort them. You brought back the demon picture of a flood dragon crouching flame for the stargazing pavilion. This is a great merit. As for the matter with Li Chongqing, as long as you and your father don't have any contact with him, I won't pursue it. Thank you, Master. Han Tianlong and Han Yuma saluted with gratitude. There was a lot of discussion in the sect. The father and daughter were also very nervous. After the father and daughter left, Zhong Penghai, who was a little pale, asked, Master, the stargazing pavilion is in trouble today all because of these two people. They have a good relationship with the devil. Why didn't you punish them? Although they brought back the demon picture of a flood dragon crouching flame, their merits didn't make up for their mistakes. Zhao Xiaojie shook his head. It's precisely because they have a close relationship with the devil that I didn't do anything. Otherwise, even if the stargazing pavilion is in need of people now, I would have killed them without mercy. Master, are you afraid that they are still in contact with the devil? If we punish them, the devil will cause trouble for the stargazing pavilion? Yes. Zhao Xiaojie sighed. That devil is too horrible. If you don't have full confidence, you can't provoke him easily. After the people of the stargazing pavilion left, Li Chongqing sat in the room and sighed. He had a good impression of Han Tianlong and his daughter. If the father and daughter were willing to follow him, he would definitely accept them and bring them back to the villa in the capital city. He would give them the position of protector in his newly established sect. Unfortunately, they still had deep feelings for the sect. However, Li Chongqing also knew that the father and daughter would not have a good life in the sect in the future. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. Unfortunately, Han Tianlong and his daughter did not understand this. They really thought that the master of the stargazing pavilion, Zhao Xiaojie, was magnanimous and grateful. Chapter 676. The sudden withdrawal of the stargazing pavilion attracted the attention of many forces, but because the stargazing pavilion left in a hurry, not many people knew the specific reason for their departure. Li Chongqing waited quietly in the courtyard. He knew that the time for the serpent to be born was getting closer and closer. Sure enough, 2 hours later, strange phenomena began to appear between heaven and earth. Red light filled the sky, and the entire Mount Xianhuang became scorching hot. The serpent was a baby fire dragon, a top-notch fire attribute divine beast. It was destined to grow into a divine dragon in the future. In fact, it was very foolish of the sects to come to Mount Xianhuang to covet the treasures on the serpent. Although the serpent had just been born, it was not something that they could stop with their current strength. Following the appearance of the strange phenomenon, everyone, regardless of whether they were on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, began to approach the peak. This was because, according to the calculations of the Onmyoji, the fire dragon's birth would directly break a hole from the belly of the mountain to the top of the mountain and appear in the human world. This was also known as walking through the cave. When it appeared from the top of the mountain, it would gather into a kind of general momentum that would be of great help to the future growth of the divine item. Li Changxing also brought Tong Xian out of the courtyard and followed the crowd, walking step by step towards the peak of the mountain. Have you heard? The sect leader of the Seven Mysteries sect has also come. He is an expert who is half a step into the finger profound realm. In addition, there are many experts in the Seven Mysteries sect. This time, there is a great chance that we will be able to obtain the divine object. Along the way, Li Changxing constantly heard people talking among the crowd. The appearance of Mount Xuanhuang's treasure had become a grand event for the cultivators of the northern lands. I don't think so. Although the Seven Mysteries sect's Dean Hao Nanyue is very powerful, Lu Xuanzi is also here. Someone shook his head and retorted. Could it be the number 1 rogue cultivator in the northern lands, Lu Xuanzi? I heard that he was already at the peak of the Vajra realm many years ago. Could he have broken through to the profound finger realm? This caused a wave of astonishment. Not only Lu Xuanzi, but also Ying Shaoan from the Tianquan Hall and Tseng Wenshan from the Mystic Yang Pavilion. They are all Vajra realm martial experts, and their reputations aren't inferior to Hao Nanyue's. With so many experts vying for the divine item, whoever obtains it will become the target of public criticism. Someone who understood the situation pointed out the problem. Indeed, with so many experts vying for supremacy, if one didn't have overwhelming strength, whoever obtained the divine object would become the target of the other sections. That's right. That divine object will definitely be divided among the various sects in the end. However, how it will be distributed at that time will depend on one's strength. The Seven Mysteries sect's sect master, Hao Nanyue, is not only powerful, but the Seven Mysteries sect is also filled with experts. If it was only Ying Shaoan from Tianquan Hall, Zheng Wenshan from Xianyang Pavilion, and the others, they would definitely not be able to defeat Hao Nanyue. However, you have all forgotten that there is one more person. He is strong enough to suppress everyone. Even Hao Nanyue does not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. When someone said this, his voice paused, but the people next to him instantly showed an expression of realization. Are you referring to Gongzu Junfeng of the White Sun Sword Sect? Is he here too? If he's here, then there's really no suspense in this competition. He's definitely going to take the lion's share. When the words Gongzu Junfeng were mentioned, everyone's expression changed. White Sun Sword Sect. Li Changxing remembered this name in his heart. He did not know much about the cultivation world of the northern lands, but looking at everyone's expression, he knew that Gongzu Junfeng was not ordinary. Could it be a profound realm expert? Back then, the master of Mount Xianhuang, the mountain viewing tower, was a profound realm expert. He was known as the number 1 cultivator in the northern lands. If not for the mountain viewing tower dying at the hands of Li Changxing, even if Mount Xianhuang unearthed a treasure, no power would dare to come to Mount Xianhuang to cause trouble. However, if Gongzu Junfeng is really a profound realm expert, then I'm afraid there is no need for others to compete. White Sun Sword Sect. Could it be a sword cultivator? Li Changxing suddenly understood. Sword cultivators were known for their unparalleled offensive power. Within the same realm, they were basically invincible. Just as Li Changxing was deep in thought, an angry voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Surnamed Li, you actually dare to appear here? In the distance, a group of people majestically walked over. When the surrounding people saw this group of people, they all stepped aside with fear on their faces. It was the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, Yang Hongbo. At this moment, Yang Hongbo was glaring at Li Changxing with a face full of anger. Li Changxing had agreed to a battle with him, but he did not expect that Li Changxing would stand him up. Although many people cursed Li Changxing as a gutless bandit, his foolish behavior of waiting from morning until sunset was also mocked by many people. This made him very angry, and he wanted to skin Li Chongqing alive. Yang Hongba strode over and blocked Li Chongqing's path with a cold face. The surrounding people were discussing curiously. Who is this young man? He actually offended the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, Yang Hongba. Yang Hongba is a Vajra realm expert. I'm afraid this young man is unlucky. Look at him bringing a youth up the mountain. He doesn't even have any martial brothers beside him. He probably isn't a descendant of a famous sect. How pitiful! He clearly knows that he offended Yang Hongba, yet he still dares to come and join in the fun. Indeed, if one does not seek death, one will not die. The surrounding people pitied him, sympathized with him, and were curious. However, most of them were gloating. So it's Grand Elder Yang. Li Chongqing smiled. What? Grand Elder Yang wants to fight with me now? Facing the angry Yang Hongba, Li Chongqing's expression did not change. After returning, he had heard about the incident that day. He did not expect that the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect would foolishly wait for an entire day. You dare to stand me up? I dare to kill you here. Is that so? Then you can do it. Li Chongqing made a gesture of invitation. He had just dealt with the people of the stargazing pavilion, and did not recommend dealing with Yang Hongba. All right. Yang Hongba clenched his fists and was about to make a move when a disciple beside him whispered, Grand Elder Yang, the sect master is already waiting at the top of the mountain. If we waste too much time here, I'm afraid the sect master will not be happy. Since this brat dares to come up the mountain, there is no need to worry about not having a chance to deal with him. Let's go up the mountain first and see the sect master, then teach him a lesson. Hearing the disciple's words, Yang Hongba's face revealed a hint of hesitation. The sect master of the Seven Mysteries sect was very prestigious. If he delayed the sect master's matters, even though he was a grand elder, he would not be able to bear the consequences. This, Yang Hongba thought for a moment and said, What if we go up the mountain and he takes the opportunity to slip away? Don't worry, I will send a few people to keep an eye on him. As long as he shows signs of slipping away, they will immediately report to us. I guarantee that he will not be able to escape. All right. Yang Hongba nodded and fiercely glared at Li Chongqing. Brat, I'll let you live a little longer. After speaking, he led the group of disciples away. Chapter 677. Who is this young man? He actually dared to challenge the Seven Mysteries sect's Grand Elder. Could it be that he has an unfathomable background? But I clearly felt that Yang Hongba wanted to teach him a lesson, but because the sect master of the Seven Mysteries sect was waiting on the mountain, he restrained himself. If he really had a deep background, Yang Hongba would be afraid. He's so young, yet he has a grudge against Yang Hongba. Could it be that Li Chongqing who challenged Yang Hongba a few days ago at the stargazing pavilion? Yes, it's very possible. So it's that cowardly guy. No wonder Yang Hongba was so angry. I thought he was some kind of hero. The surrounding people looked at him with disdain. Master, is that Yang Hongba very powerful? Why did they all say that you didn't dare to fight him and ran away? Although Tong Xian worshipped Li Chongqing, he was still a youth. After hearing so many people speak ill of Li Chongqing, his heart was somewhat shaken. He naturally hoped that his master was an indomitable hero, so he was very concerned about this issue. What do you think? Li Chongqing did not directly answer, but instead asked a question. I think that master shouldn't be afraid of that old man. You're right. Li Chongqing rubbed his head. He's just a stray dog on the side of the road. Master can chop off his dog head with a wave of his hand. Li Chongqing said these words without the slightest bit of concealment, and all of them fell into the ears of the surrounding people. Did you hear that? This guy is bragging. If he was really so powerful, why didn't he dare to go to the martial arts competition with Yang Hongba that day? He didn't even show his face. He's just as cowardly as a mouse. The 7 Mysteries sect disciples that Yang Hongba had left behind to monitor Li Chongqing were all glaring at Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing's disrespect towards Yang Hongba made them very angry. However, even though they were angry, no one dared to rashly attack Li Chongqing. Although they all believed that Li Chongqing was not a match for Yang Hongba, he was still not someone that ordinary disciples like them could afford to provoke. After all, Li Chongqing had killed a protector and an elder of the 7 Mysteries sect. He had even forced several elders to sever their arms. In the eyes of many people in the 7 Mysteries sect, Li Chongqing was a notorious devil. Many people had already gathered at the top of the mountain. When Li Chongqing went up the mountain, the first thing he saw was Yang Hongba standing there. Beside Yang Hongba was a middle-aged man with an imposing aura. Yang Hongba was originally a Vajra realm martial expert, a dragon among men. No one would look down on him wherever he went. However, when he stood beside that middle-aged man, it was obvious that he was just a supporting role, a green leaf, while that middle-aged man was the red flower. Needless to say, Li Chongqing could already guess that the middle-aged man was the 7 Mysteries sect's sect master, Hao Nanyue. His aura was much stronger than that of the Stargazing Pavilion's pavilion master, Zhao Xiaojie. No wonder the Stargazing Pavilion was so afraid of the 7 Mysteries sect. Even though they knew that the 7 Mysteries sect had sent people to obstruct Han Tianlong and his daughter, they still chose to retreat. Just by looking at the 7 Mysteries sect's sect master, Hao Nanyue's aura was many times stronger than that of the Stargazing Pavilion's pavilion master, Zhao Xiaojie. After Li Chongqing appeared, he found an inconspicuous place to sit down and quietly waited. He knew better than anyone else the exact time when the serpent would be born. Even though there were many strange phenomena, the time was not yet ripe. When Yang Hongba saw that Li Chongqing did not take the opportunity to escape, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he had sent subordinates to monitor Li Chongqing, if Li Chongqing wanted to leave, ordinary disciples would not be able to stop him. If Li Chongqing escaped and he could not catch up, then he would not be able to vent the anger in his heart. "What are you looking at?" Hao Nanyue saw Yang Hongba's absent-minded appearance and asked. The 7 Mysteries sect had fewer Vajra realm martial experts than the Stargazing Pavilion. There were only Yang Hongba in him. However, because he was too strong, he was able to suppress the Stargazing Pavilion and maintain the balance. This was also the reason why Yang Hongba did not dare to look for trouble when Li Chongqing lived in the side courtyard of the Stargazing Pavilion. However, because Hao Nanyue's strength was too strong, Yang Hongba, who was in the Vajra realm, was always inferior in front of her. Sometimes he even feared this sect master. "It's the guy from the Stargazing Pavilion who challenged me. He also came up the mountain." Hao Nanyue's face revealed some curiosity as she looked in the direction of Li Chongqing. "You're not talking about the youth sitting on the stone, are you?" "That's him." Yang Hongba nodded. "He's just an ordinary pawn, yet you still want to challenge him. Why don't you just kill him directly?" Hearing Hao Nanyue's words, Yang Hongba lowered his head and said, "He may not be as simple as he looks. After all, my 7 Mysteries sect's great guardian Yang Zheng and great elder both died at his hands. Several elders were also forced to break their arms. That's why I'm so careful." "Ha ha!" Hao Nanyue coldly snorted. "Yang Hongba, do you know why the gap between your martial strength and mine is getting bigger and bigger? It's because you're not decisive enough in killing. You don't have the belief of invincibility in your heart. If you don't even believe in yourself, how can you conquer the heavens and change your fate?" No matter how strong or weak he is, you should not hesitate to make a move on him. You should use him as a whetstone and step on his bones to reach the peak of martial arts. What's more, he only defeated a few elders in our sect. others may not know, but you and I know. As long as the so-called elders and great guardians are not in the Vajra realm, they are no different from cats and dogs. How can you be afraid of someone who has injured a cat or a dog? How Nanyue's reprimand was like a blow to the head, causing Yang Hongba's body to tremble. Then, his aura changed as he muttered to himself, "Yes, I should use that Li Chongqing as a whetstone and step on him to forge my invincible belief in martial arts." Good, good. How Nanyue smiled and saw that Yang Hongba was about to make a move. She said, "Since he is already at the top of the mountain, there's no need to rush. It's not good to expose your strength too early. After all, a cooked duck can't fly away." "Yes, I understand." Yang Hongba nodded and no longer looked in the direction of Li Chongqing. After Hao Nanyue's guidance, he no longer took Li Chongqing seriously. He only saw him as a stepping stone to reach the peak of martial arts. Who would see a stepping stone as important? At this moment, there was a commotion from the crowd. An elegant young master with a face as white as jade stepped onto the top of the mountain, surrounded by a group of female disciples. Tianquan Hall, Ing Shaoan. He was over 50 years old, but he looked like a handsome young man. It was said that he named himself Little Pan, and in the entire northern cultivation world, he had many lovers and many female disciples who were fascinated by him. Tianquan Hall, other people established a sect to pass down their martial art. However, in his sect, he was the only male sect master. There were close to 100 female disciples. In name, they were disciples, but in reality, they were wives and concubines. They were despised and spurned by many righteous sections. Of course, there were also many who were secretly envious of his luck with women. Chapter 678. Ing Shao and of the Heavenly Destruction Hall appeared amidst the chattering of women. The Seven Mysteries sect master, Hao Nanyue, took the initiative to cup his hands and greet Ing Shaoan. "Brother Ying's luck with women is monstrous. I'm nothing. How can I compare to Brother Hao, who is in charge of the Seven Mysteries sect? You have countless experts under you, and you call yourself the ancestor of the sect. A few hundred years from now, people will give Brother Hao a big thumbs up and call him a hero among men. But when they mention me, Ing Shaoan, they will probably spit on me, a thief. Brother Hao's name will be immortalized for hundreds of years, while my name will go down in infamy for 10,000 years. We can't be compared." Ing Shaoan held a folding fan in his hand, looking graceful and elegant. He was truly a handsome man. "Ha! Brother Ing must be joking." As the two conversed, no one else had the qualifications to interrupt. They could only laugh at the side. The people from the profound Sun Pavilion had arrived. Ing Shaoan's gaze suddenly fell on the mountain path and saw a middle-aged man walking with majestic steps. It was the profound Sun Pavilion's Tsing Wenshan. Unlike Ing Shaoan, Tsing Wenshan was followed by two neat rows of subordinates, giving people a feeling of righteousness and righteousness. The profound Sun Pavilion was a branch of the Confucian school. They cultivated the 13 books of spring and autumn, which was a path of extreme yang. Tseng Wenshan was one of the 72 sages under Confucius, a descendant of the sage Zhengzi. After he appeared, he cupped his hands in greeting towards the Seven Mysteries sect's Hao Nanyue. As for Ing Shaoan of the Heaven Ruins Hall, he was directly ignored. Ing Shaoan's actions were absurd, both righteous and evil. Tsing Wenshan, who claimed to be a righteous Confucian, disliked Ing Shaoan's actions. "Surnamed Tsing, don't give me such an ugly face. I don't understand. I didn't offend you, so why are you so hostile towards me?" Ing Shaoan coldly snorted. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen because he wants to keep himself clean. Living with good people is like living in a room full of orchids, not smelling their fragrance for a long time. Living with evil people is like living in a house full of abalones, not smelling their stench for a long time. And you are that evil person. Sang Wenshan, I didn't provoke you, but you dare to insult me. Could it be that you want to fight? As he spoke, Ing Shao unrolled up his sleeves. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Sang Wenshan held the judge's brush in his hand. That's enough, the two of you. The treasure hasn't appeared yet. Don't tell me you want to fight until both sides suffer? Hao Nanyue advised. Only then did the two of them give up. As the time of the divine artifact's birth approached, more and more forces gathered at Mount Xianhuang. Look. That's Long Guanyu from the 30,000 feet mountain. He's an expert in the use of the saber. Rumor has it that he dug out Chao Men's 7-star saber back then. He's known as the Saber Grandmaster. That's Yen Yao from Sun Luohal. Sun Luohal is a great evil sect, and Yen Yao is known for his ruthlessness. Daoist Jueshin of Mount Prajna is here too. Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. Many people looked at him with reverence. This time, almost all the experts of the northern sects had gathered. Everyone, am I late? Hao Nanyue, Ing Shaoan, and the others all came forward to greet the middle-aged man when he stepped onto the mountain peak. The number 1 rogue cultivator, Lu Xuanzi, had unparalleled talent. His strength alone could stand shoulder to shoulder with an entire sect, and he had an unparalleled status in the cultivation world of the northern lands. With the appearance of these big shots, many people took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Little brother, how are you? Suddenly, a hand was placed on Tong Xian's shoulder, and an old man with a head full of white hair sat down beside him. Tong Xian greeted, Greetings, uncle. Kid, I see that your aura is restrained. You've already stepped onto the path of cultivation. Do you have a master? I started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, became a grandmaster at 7, and stepped into the Khanate stage at 12. I'm now a famous figure among the northern rogue cultivators, and people have given me the nickname Unfettered One. I see that your physique is amazing, so I want to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Uncle, you're so powerful. But I already have a master. As he spoke, Tong Xian pointed at Li Chongqing beside him. When he heard that Tong Xian already had a master, Unfettered One's face showed some regret. But when he heard that Li Chongqing was Tong Xian's master, he seemed to see hope again. He patted Li Chongqing's shoulder and said, Brother, your disciple is a good seedling, but you're too young and weak. I'm afraid that you'll hold him back. How about this? Give your disciple to me, and I'll give you a high-level magic weapon in exchange. What do you think? I have some friendship with Lu Xuanzi, the number 1 rogue cultivator in the northwest. Lu Xuanzi is famous for his walking arsenal. He has collected many cultivation methods. When the time comes, I'll definitely find a suitable cultivation method for this child to cultivate. I won't let his talent go to waste. Hearing his words, Li Chongqing felt a little funny and shook his head. My disciple is so outstanding. Why should I give him to you? Besides, since Lu Xuanzi is so powerful, I might as well let him become Lu Xuanzi's disciple. Lu Xuanzi will definitely give him better things than you. This, Unfettered Z suddenly didn't know what to say. He rolled his eyes for a long time before saying, Lu Xuanzi's standards for accepting disciples are extremely high. There are countless people who want to become his disciple. Of course, with your disciple's aptitude, he can indeed enter Lu Xuanzi's eyes. However, Lu Xuanzi definitely won't give you a high-grade magic tool in exchange. Little brother, your disciple's aptitude is good. Even if you don't do it for yourself, you should let him become my disciple. Otherwise, how can you bear to waste such good aptitude? How do you know that being my disciple will waste his talent, but being your disciple will be good for him? Moreover, you want to steal his disciple in front of his master? Your character is really bad. Young man, how can you say that? Unfettered One's face was a little unhappy. I'm just telling the truth. If you don't want to listen, then please stay away from me. Li Changxing said expressionlessly. Humph. Unfettered One coldly snorted and directly stood up and walked towards Lu Xuanzi. Li Changxing didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to close his eyes to rest. Isn't this brother Unfettered One? When Lu Xuanzi saw Unfettered One, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Although Unfettered One's reputation in the Northwest cultivation world couldn't be compared to Hao Nanyue and the others, he was still a famous figure. Even Hao Nanyue and the others nodded and smiled at him. Brother Lu, I just saw a young disciple with good talent. I originally wanted to introduce him to you as your disciple, but I didn't expect him to already have a master. Oh? What kind of disciple can actually tempt Brother Unfettered? Unfettered One pointed at Li Changxing's direction. It's that young man. The young man sitting on the stone is his master. Lu Xuanzi looked over and his eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw Tong Xian. The fire yuan qi in this child's body is so rich. He has good talent, but his master is really not that good. It's a pity. Then, Brother Lu, do you want to talk to him personally and ask him to give you his disciple? Unfettered One didn't get a good disciple, so he resented Li Changxing. He only hoped that Lu Xuanzi could make Li Changxing yield and make Li Changxing lose an excellent disciple. This was a typical mentality of, if I can't have it, you can't have it either. It's indeed a bit of a waste for that young man to follow his master, but I can't take him by force. I'll have a good talk with him after the matter at the top of the mountain is over. But that young man is very stubborn. I just mentioned Brother Lu's name to him, but his attitude was still very firm. I see. Lu Xuanzi thought for a moment. Such a good seedling can't be buried. For the sake of that young man's future, I'll be the bad guy for once. Unfettered One sneered. A cold smile appeared on the Unfettered One's face. He knew that his plan had succeeded. Chapter 679. The divine object is about to be born. All the brothers are gathered here. With so many people fighting for it, it is inevitable that a great battle will break out. In the end, even if someone obtains the divine object, they will have countless enemies. Everyone, have you considered this? As one of the big shots present, Hao Nanyue spoke and looked at the others. Of course we've thought about it, but who would be willing to miss out on the birth of the divine object? Even if we have to fight to the death, no one will be willing to let it go. Tsing Wenshan said. I once had a top Yin-Yang master calculate that the object unearthed from Mount Xianwang is very likely to be a young Shenlong. The Shenlong's body is a treasure. I suggest that everyone divide the Shenlong's body according to the proportion. This will avoid a battle and not make us turn against each other. What do you all think? Hao Nanyue suggested. Everyone fell into deep thought. In fact, before they went up the mountain, they had already thought about it many times. This method was undoubtedly the best. Although it was possible that each person would not get much, it was still better than fighting for it and getting nothing even if they were seriously injured. However, some parts of the Shenlong's body are precious, while some parts are relatively useless. How should we divide it? Someone asked. I naturally want the dragon pearl born from the Shenlong's young body. At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The dragon pearl was the essence of the Shenlong. The other party dared to ask for the dragon pearl. It's him. When a figure in a white robe appeared at the top of the mountain, everyone's expression became complicated. Gongzhu Junfeng, the #1 expert of the White Sun Sword sect, was known to be invincible in the same realm. His appearance made everyone fall silent. Even Hao Nanyue, Ying Shaoan, and the others seemed to tacitly agree with him. When the time came, he would get the most precious dragon pearl. The Shenlong's birth will be divided among us. Those small sects and itinerant cultivators also want to covet the divine object. Why don't we drive them away first and then discuss how to divide it? Lu Xuanci said. The others nodded in agreement and looked at the people on the mountain top. The divine object will be divided among the 8 of us. All of you retreat to the mountainside. Do you understand? When the divine object was born, everyone who saw it would have a share. Now that they wanted to drive the weak forces off the mountain top, there was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Isn't this too overbearing? This is a divine item of Mount Xianhuang. How did it become something exclusive to them? They even want to chase us off the mountain. Stop talking. His companion tugged at the speaker's sleeve. These 8 fellows are the strongest fighting force in the northwestern region. Whatever they say goes. If you dare to talk about them and anger them, they will really kill you. What are you waiting for? Lu Xuanci spoke again as a powerful aura surged from his body. Although the people at the top of the mountain were unwilling, they did not dare to disobey the orders of these people. They could only walk down the mountain one by one. Although there were many people at the top of the mountain, it only took 10 minutes for more than half of them to leave. Soon, there were only a few people left at the top of the mountain. At this moment, a figure stood out, appearing exceptionally dazzling. It was Li Chongqing who was sitting there. Everyone else was walking down the mountain, but he was the only one sitting there motionless. Who are you? Didn't you hear what Mr. Lu just said? Get the hell down the mountain! A Taoist in a Taoist robe shouted loudly. There was a hint of joy in Lu Xuanci's eyes. He naturally recognized Li Chongqing. He was worried about how to snatch Li Chongqing's disciple. After all, it was unreasonable to snatch someone's disciple. But now, Li Chongqing was acting recklessly and did not listen to him. He did not retreat halfway up the mountain, which gave him a good reason to attack. Boy, it was the sect master's decision to let you retreat down the mountain. How dare you disobey? Let me teach you a lesson. Without waiting for Lu Xuanci to make trouble, Yang Hongba stood up impatiently and strode toward Li Chongqing's position. The other sect masters and disciples looked at Li Chongqing curiously, thinking, could it be that this boy fell asleep sitting on the stone? Why is there no reaction until now? Those who had not retreated down the mountain also stopped. They knew that there would be a good show to watch. Although they were dissatisfied with the experts, they did not dare to resist. Now that they saw someone who resisted, they hoped that Li Chongqing would be more powerful and help them vent their anger. Of course, deep down, they knew that this was just a fantasy. There were only so many experts in the northern land. Could it be that another one would suddenly pop up? Not to mention, Li Chongqing was too young. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like an expert. Seeing that Yang Hongba had taken the initiative, Lu Xuanci did not make any more move. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. He had missed such a good reason to attack. If he wanted to snatch Li Chongqing's disciple again, he would have to do it openly. Of course, it would be best if Yang Hongba could kill Li Chongqing. Then, without a master, it would be natural for Tong Xian to take him as his master. Other than Lu Xuanci, who had ulterior motives, the others looked like they were watching a good show. In their eyes, Li Chongqing was just an ant. They also knew that there were many people who were dissatisfied with their actions. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys was naturally the best. Last time, you dared to trick me. Today, I will personally wring your head off. Yang Hongba looked at Li Chongqing with a sinister expression. He looked like he wanted to skin Li Chongqing and pull out his tendons. You should be thankful that I did not appear last time. Otherwise, you would not have the chance to stand on this mountain peak and shout at me. Li Chongqing slowly opened his eyes. His expression was incomparably indifferent. From start to finish, he had never taken this grand elder of the Seven Mysteries sect to heart. You are about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Brat, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. You will know soon enough. Li Chongqing smiled slightly and stood up. He patted Tong Xian's head and said in a low voice, "Stand here and don't move. Watch your master kill the dog." Li Chongqing did not deliberately lower his voice, so it was clearly heard by everyone present. Yang Hongbao's eyes turned red. "Brat, if I don't kill you, my surname is not Yang." Many people in the surrounding were surprised. They did not expect this young man to be so strong. It seemed that he was not afraid of Yang Hongbao at all. "No wonder you said that this person was very stubborn. He is indeed like a stone in a latrine, smelly and stubborn," Lu Xuanzi said to Xiao Yaozi, who was beside him. "Yes, when I mentioned your name, that brat did not even care." Xiao Yaozi took the opportunity to add a few more words. At this time, Yang Hongbao, in his anger, had already rushed towards Li Chongqing with his fists. Chapter 680. In any case, Yang Hongbao is a Vajra realm martial expert. Isn't he ashamed to deal with a junior? Many people in the crowd who were chased away didn't have a good impression of the Seven Mysteries sect. When they saw Yang Hongbao attacking Li Chongqing, they began to whisper among themselves. "These people are high and mighty. How can they be reasonable in their actions? Otherwise, they wouldn't have chased us down the mountain." Someone said sourly. "This young man only has himself to blame for being targeted. Do you still remember the battle between Yang Hongbao and someone a few days ago? It was this young man who stood Yang Hongbao up." So it was him. No wonder he dared to come to the top of the mountain after standing Yang Hongbao up. Isn't he tired of living? On the other side, Li Chongqing only curled his lips in disdain as he faced the charging Yang Hongbao. When Yang Hongbao rushed in front of him, he suddenly took a step forward and easily broke Yang Hongbao's attack with a wave of his hand. Then, he pressed down on Yang Hongbao's forehead and slammed his head into the hard rock beside him. Bang! Along with a dull sound, the hard rock instantly shattered into pieces. Yang Hongbao also let out a miserable scream as his body twitched on the ground. At this moment, many people in the crowd were stunned as they stared with their eyes wide open. The Vajra realm martial expert Yang Hongbao was actually slapped to the ground just like that. It was simply unbelievable. "I'm going to kill you." Yang Hongbao lifted his head from the rock debris. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The aura on his body surged wildly as he tried to get up and attack Li Chongqing. However, in the next second, Li Chongqing lifted his foot and stomped down, once again slamming Yang Hongbao's head into the pile of rubble. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, Yang Hongbao also let out a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered. It echoed on the mountain peak, and it was extremely tragic. Everyone who witnessed this sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Chongqing's kick was too ruthless. Even Yang Hongbao's skull was crushed. "Stop!" At this time, Hao Nandwe couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly. "Yang Hongbao is the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect. Whoever dares to harm him will become the #1 enemy of the Seven Mysteries sect. Our Seven Mysteries sect will not rest until one of us is dead." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Li Chongqing stomp down again. Crack! This time, the crisp sound was exceptionally loud. Yang Hongbao, who had been struggling non-stop, suddenly stopped. Dead? Everyone stared in Yang Hongbao's direction, looking at the young man who was still stepping on Yang Hongbao's head. Too ruthless. Too savage, too arrogant. Hao Nandwe had clearly said those words, yet Li Chongqing still did not hesitate to attack Yang Hongbao. This was the same as slapping Hao Nanyue's face in front of everyone. He did not put the Seven Mysteries sect in his eyes at all. At the same time, many people were thinking about Li Chongqing's martial arts realm. Yang Hongbao was a Vajra realm martial artist. Although he could not be compared to top-notch experts like Hao Nanyue and Tseng Wenshan, he was definitely not a nobody. Even though he had underestimated Li Chongqing at the start, before he could even touch the corner of Li Changxing's robes, he had already been defeated. From this, one could easily imagine Li Changxing's strength. You killed him. Hao Nanyue stared at Li Changxing, her voice trembling. Although the Seven Mysteries sect's prestige today was all thanks to him, the Grand Elder, who was second only to him in strength, if Yang Hongba died, the Seven Mysteries sect's strength would be greatly reduced. Just now, when Li Changxing stomped down, the sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly by everyone. However, even so, Hao Nanyue could not believe that Li Changxing dared to kill someone in front of her. That's right. He wanted to kill me, so I sent him on his way. This is normal. If you want to avenge him, then come at me. I don't mind killing one more person. Li Changxing said arrogantly. His voice echoed on the mountain top. The surrounding people had no choice but to reassess Li Changxing. If Li Changxing had challenged Yang Hongba at the beginning, everyone would have thought that he was courting death. However, after showing his strength, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Well, boy, you forced me. Hao Nanyue had no other choice. His capable subordinate was killed in front of everyone. If he did not seek justice, he would not be able to establish himself in the cultivation world in the future. Old man, who wanted to snatch my disciple, you can come too. Li Changxing looked at Xiao Yaozi and issued a challenge. Just now, Xiao Yaozi ran to Li Changxing's side and encouraged him to snatch Li Changxing's disciple. Although his voice was not loud, it could not escape Li Changxing's ears. This. Xiao Yaozi hesitated. There was some hesitation on Xiao Yaozi's face. His strength was about the same as Yang Hongba's. With Yang Hongba's example, how could he dare to fight with Li Changxing? Brother Xiao Yaozi is helping me. If you want to challenge him, you have to go through me first. At this time, Lu Xuanci stood up. In Lu Xuanci's view, Li Changxing dared to challenge Hao Nanyue and Xiao Yaozi at the same time because Xiao Yaozi's strength was low. If he stood up, Li Changxing would definitely take back his words. Unexpectedly, Li Changxing just smiled disdainfully. Then the three of you can attack together. To tell you the truth, I'm determined to get this divine object. Anyone who tries to snatch it from me is my enemy. Asking the three of them to join forces to deal with him was already extremely arrogant. Now, Li Changxing actually said that he was determined to get the divine object. Is this kid crazy? So many experts are here for the divine object that is about to be born. Even Gongzu Junfeng of White Sun Sword Sect doesn't dare to say that he wants the treasure for himself. At most, he only wants the most precious dragon pearl. Who gave him the courage? This is going to be a good show. Does he think that he can look down on the heroes of the world just because he killed Yang Hongba? What a fool! Sure enough, even Ing Xiaoan, Zheng Wenshan, Gongzu Junfeng, and the others' faces became gloomy. Li Changxing challenging Hao Nanyue and Lu Xuanci was a good show in their eyes. It had nothing to do with them. However, Li Changxing actually wanted to monopolize the treasure, which made him their enemy. Friend, isn't your tone a bit too arrogant? We have so many experts here, and we still need to discuss how to split the treasure. You want to take the divine object alone? Are you not putting us in your eyes? Ing Xiaoan said loudly. Who are you? Why should I put you in my eyes? Li Changxing said coldly. His words stirred up 1,000 waves. In an instant, 5 or 6 killing intent locked onto his body. Obviously, his words had angered many people. Brother Lu, Brother Xiaoyao, you don't need to do anything. He dared to kill my sect's Grand Elder. I'll take his life. Hao Nanyue's aura rose. If he joined forces with Lu Xuanci and Xiao Yaozi, even if they could kill Li Changxing, others would say that 3 top experts only killed a young man. He couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, although Li Changxing killed Yang Hongba, it was nothing to Hao Nanyue. Hao Nanyue's ability was more than 10 times higher than Yang Hongba's. Chapter 681. Don't talk nonsense. Come and die. Li Chongqing was still arrogant. Facing the 7 Mysteries sect master, he was like a cat or a dog to him. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn later. Hao Nandue was furious. She stomped on the ground and jumped into the air. Her palm turned into a giant handprint and pressed down on Li Chongqing. It was somewhat similar to Li Chongqing's giant palm print. Trying to show off in front of Lu Ban? Insignificant skill. Li Chongqing's eyes were full of disdain. Although the other party's attack was similar to his own heaven-raising palm imprint, its power could not be compared at all. It paled in comparison to the other party's attack. This kid is still so arrogant even in the face of death. He can be ranked as the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. Lu Xuanzi shook his head and said. In his eyes, even he had to be careful with Hao Nanyue's move, but Li Chongqing dared to be so casual. Wasn't this the path to death? The others also showed a look of pity. Li Chongqing was able to kill Yang Hongbo at such a young age. This talent made many people feel ashamed of their inferiority. But in the eyes of the crowd, Li Chongqing was still too young. For ordinary martial artists, being young meant that their body was at its peak. However, for cultivators, the older they were, the deeper their cultivation. This was an iron law. Master, be careful. Tong Xian clenched his fist. Back then, Li Chongqing had easily slapped Yang Hongbo to death. He was proud to have such a master, but the strength Hao Nandue displayed was too strong. She actually flew up. Furthermore, the huge palm print that descended from the sky made Tong Xian think of Buddha Gautama in the television series, the 5-Finger Mountain that suppressed Sun Wukong. For him, anyone who could fly was an immortal. No matter how powerful his master was, could he be more powerful than an immortal? Therefore, at this moment, his face was full of nervousness, worry, and fear. Hao Nanyue's palm was already less than 3 meters away from Li Chongqing, and the wind it brought along blew the sand and stones under Li Chongqing's feet into the air. At this moment, Li Chongqing finally moved. He raised his head and clenched his fist, then lightly punched out. Boom! At that moment, it was as if a clap of thunder rang out between heaven and earth. The earth trembled, and that huge handprint was instantly torn apart by Li Chongqing's powerful fist force when it came into contact with his fist. At the same time, the remaining power of the fist flew directly into the air and smashed into Hao Nanyue's chest. Bang! In the next second, Hao Nandue fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. She landed on a mountain rock and smashed the rock the size of a house into pieces. She spat out a mouthful of blood. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since you've made a move, I'll return a punch to you. Ting! He stepped on the ground and soared into the air like a large bird. When he reached a height of 100 meters, he swooped down like an eagle that had spotted its prey. His fist was like a dragon, and with the power of falling from the sky, it directly smashed into Hao Nanyue's chest. Bang! At that moment, under Li Chongqing's fist, Hao Nanyue's body was directly split from the middle. Her body flew to both sides, and blood splattered everywhere. The dignified 7 Mysteries sect master was unexpectedly killed by Li Chongqing with a single strike. Sect master! Sect master! When the 7 Mysteries sect's disciples saw this scene, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They did not even consider the fact that Li Chongqing had the strength to kill Hao Nanyue, and one by one, they rushed forward without any regard for their lives. You can't. Tseng Wenshan, who was on good terms with Hao Nanyue, was just about to warn her when he saw Li Chongqing's hand gesture. The small stones that had been smashed into pieces by Hao Nanyue gathered together and condensed into a round ball. As Li Chongqing pushed out with his palm, the round ball instantly shattered into pieces. Countless stones flew out in all directions like a dense barrage of bullets. Bang bang! Bang bang! The seven mysteries sect's disciples who rushed forward were smashed by the flying stones. Some had their heads smashed, some had holes in their chests, and some had half of their cheeks blown away. In an instant, the people who rushed forward all fell to the ground. Some died on the spot, while others were seriously injured and let out blood-curdling screams. The entire peak of the mysterious Yellow Mountain seemed to have turned into a living hell. It was a tragic sight. Li Chongqing stood in the middle of the battlefield like a demon god. His young face and indifferent expression left a deep impression on many people present. He would become the nightmare of many cowards. The sect master of the Seven Mysteries sect was dead. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Li Chongqing, who had appeared out of nowhere. How could he be so strong? They had never heard of such a person before. This time, even Tseng Wenshan and the others looked at Li Chongqing with fear. Hao Nanyue was definitely not a weakling among the many experts present, but from the moment she attacked to the moment she was killed, it had only been a minute. Moreover, she was completely crushed by Li Chongqing. Didn't you two want to attack just now? Li Chongqing looked at Lu Xuanci and Xiao Yaozi. Lu Xuanci's eyes flickered as he struggled in his heart. After all, the scene of Li Chongqing killing Hao Nanyue was too shocking. He really didn't have the confidence to face Li Chongqing. At this moment, Xiao Yaozi felt an uncontrollable fear in his heart when Li Chongqing's eyes swept over his face. Even Hao Nanyue had died at the hands of Li Chongqing. What was he to him? Weren't you very strong just now? Why aren't you talking now? Li Chongqing curled his lips. Without waiting for Lu Xuanci and Xiao Yaozi to react, he directly raised his palm and slammed it down. This move was many times stronger than Hao Nanyue's. Lu Xuanci didn't dare to face such an attack head-on. He moved his body and turned into an afterimage, directly dodging the range of the palm. However, Xiao Yaozi didn't have the same reaction speed as Lu Xuanci. Facing the falling palm, he tried to block it, but just as he raised his arm, it was directly slapped down. Poochie! His body exploded into a cloud of blood mist under the palm. After letting Lu Xuanci escape, Li Chongqing didn't continue to attack. Instead, he coldly glanced at everyone present. The divine item that appeared in Mount Xianhuang belongs to me alone. Does anyone have any objections? Arrogant and overbearing, one man could hold the pass against 10,000. Friend, even if you are strong, do you think you can fight against all of us alone? At this moment, Ying Shaoan couldn't help but stand up. You were able to kill Hao Nanyue, so you are indeed qualified to obtain the divine item of Mount Xianhuang. How about this, since Hao Nanyue is dead, you can take his place. Let's sit down together and discuss how to distribute the divine item of Mount Xianhuang. What do you think? Ying Shaoan suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. In this cultivation world where the one with the biggest fist was right, Li Chongqing's strength had already gained their recognition. In everyone's opinion, Ying Shaoan had already made a concession by saying so. However, Li Chongqing decisively shook his head and said, I said, the treasure of Mount Xianhuang belongs to me alone. None of you have a share. Chapter 682. Aren't you a little too arrogant? Ying Shaoan's face was a little embarrassed. He took the initiative to let Li Chongqing replace the Seven Mysteries sect master, Hao Nanyue. He thought that he had already taken a big step back, but he didn't expect Li Chongqing to be so ungrateful. He couldn't help but clench the folding fan in his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for Li Chongqing's powerful hand seal, he would have already attacked. Li, don't be so shameless. Lu Xuanci stood out at this time. He was very good at reading people's expressions. When Ying Shaoan spoke, he knew that Ying Shaoan had the intention to kill Li Chongqing. Lu Xuanci would never dare to fight Li Chongqing alone, but with Ying Shaoan it was a different story. When two Vajra realm martial artists worked together, their combat power was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Seeing Lu Xuanzi stand out, Ying Xiaoan suddenly felt confident. He opened the folding fan in his hand and gently waved it. Wind blades immediately swept towards Li Chongqing. He suddenly started to attack. Li, you killed the 7 Mysteries Sect Master, Hao Nanyue. Brother, how was my good friend? Everyone came for the divine object today, but you want to take it all for yourself. How can I let you be so arrogant? As soon as Li Chongqing attacked, Lu Xuanzi stepped out and rushed towards Li Chongqing. It was as if they had agreed beforehand. The two cooperated well. One attacked from afar and the other from close range. Their power was extraordinary. As the number 1 rogue cultivator, Lu Xuanzi was known as a walking arsenal. In his life, he had listed countless martial arts and combined them into one. He created his own set of raging fire fists. Although the name was vulgar, its power was absolutely powerful. When he got close to Li Chongqing, he punched out, and a scarlet light illuminated the whole world. At this moment, he actually received the response of the fire spirit vein in Mount Xianhuang. Even though Ying Xiaoan spent most of his time with women, his folding fan was an incredible magic weapon. He could shoot out a few wind blades from far away, but they would snowball and grow bigger. By the time they got close to Li Chongqing, they were already overwhelming. To be able to make two Vajra realm martial artists attack at the same time, even if this Li Chongqing were to die here today, it would be an honorable death. Some people in the crowd were discussing. In many people's eyes, Vajra realm martial artists were already top-notch expert. Every expert had their own pride, and it was rare for them to team up. But once they joined forces, it would definitely be extraordinary. Facing the absolute attacks of the two Vajra realm martial experts, Li Chongqing opened his palm, and a vortex appeared in the middle of his palm. The moment that majestic fist made contact with Li Chongqing's palm, the aura of the raging inferno instantly disappeared. At the same time, the fist was firmly grasped in Li Chongqing's hand and shook with all his might. Lu Xuanzi's body emitted a crackling sound as he was sent flying. He landed on the ground and took several steps back. His entire arm was twisted into a fried dough twist. At the same time that Lu Xuanzi appeared, Ying Xiaoan's wind blades also arrived in front of him. This time, Li Chongqing didn't even raise his head. With a casual wave of his sleeve, iron chain traversing the river appeared. Ying Xiaoan's wind blades couldn't even cut a corner of his clothes. After breaking the siege of the two experts, Li Chongqing stood in place, showing the demeanor of an expert. On the mountain peak, the wind was blowing, and everyone fell into silence. It was too carefree, and it was too understated. The Vajra realm martial experts became so weak in front of Li Chongqing. Who exactly is this person? How can he be so powerful? No wonder he dared to say that he wanted to be first and take all the divine items in Mount Xianhuang. While many people were discussing, Lu Xuanzi and Ying Xiaoan revealed a determined look in their eyes, as if they had made some kind of decision. Kid, I have underestimated you. It seems like I don't have to hide my strength anymore. Lu Xuanzi finished his words. A terrifying aura presence rose from his body as surging spirit aura gathered on his body. His raging fire fist was a fire attribute cultivation technique, and the spirit vein under Mount Xianhuang was also a fire attribute spirit vein. It could be said that he had the geographical advantage. Lu Xuanzi's aura presence grew stronger and stronger. When it reached the peak, his entire body seemed to have turned into a furnace, and the temperature on the mountain peak became scorching hot. The peak stage of the Vajra realm. I'm afraid he is only half a step away from the finger profound realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to trigger such a phenomenon. The hall master of the Sun Luo Hall commented. Boom. Just as everyone's attention was attracted by Lu Xuanzi, the ground suddenly shook, and a gale rose from the mountain peak. Ying Xiaoan's clothes swelled, and that folding fan left his hand and flew into the air. There were wind blades spinning on the folding fan. Li Chongqing didn't care at all. Lu Xuanze and Ying Xiaoan had both reached the peak stage of the Vajra realm. Perhaps even Gongzu Junfeng, who was known to be invincible in the same realm, might not be able to win against the two of them together. Even the few Vajra realm martial experts were staring intently at the scene. It had been a long time since such a great battle had happened. Are you finally done accumulating your power? Then make your move. At this moment, Li Chongqing's indifferent voice echoed. It caused an uproar. Li Chongqing had actually been waiting for the two of them to accumulate their power to their peak state. How confident was he? Give me your life. Lu Xuanze had just been injured by Li Chongqing and had lost all his face. Right now, he was anxious to regain his face. His body rose from the ground and actually merged with the fire clouds in the sky. He turned into a ball of raging fire and crashed towards Li Chongqing like a meteor. Take this. Ying Xiaoan pointed, and the folding fan in his hand actually brought up a tornado and swept towards Li Chongqing. Both of their attacks had a hint of merging with the power of heaven and earth. This was the sign of stepping into the finger profound realm. It meant that although the two of them hadn't officially stepped into the finger profound realm, they were already able to utilize some of the finger profound realm's profundity. How could ordinary people stop two martial experts who were infinitely close to the finger profound realm? Facing an attack that was close to a fatal blow, Li Chongqing moved. He raised his hand and drew out the heart-wishful sword. It turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky, slashing towards the front. Swoosh! The sword light sliced through the air and pierced into the incoming flames. The raging flames were immediately sliced into two halves by the sword light. Lu Xuanze's body fell from the sky. Before he landed, he was split open in the middle. Blood splattered across the sky. He was actually killed by a single slash. Li Chongqing activated the seal of mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers appeared above his head and smashed towards the folding fan. The densely packed wind blades crashed onto the seal of mountains and rivers and were immediately smashed into pieces. The seal of mountains and rivers descended. Ying Xiaoan's expression changed drastically. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly smashed. Pfff. Ying Xiaoan's body exploded inch by inch under the powerful force and completely turned into a blood mist. Two peak-stage Vajra realm martial experts had died in the hands of Li Chongqing. At this moment, the entire world was silent. Chapter 683. On the mountaintop, the wind was whistling and everyone was speechless. Li Chongqing had killed two peak-stage Vajra realm martial experts, which shocked everyone. Both of them were infinitely close to the finger profound realm. When the two of them worked together, they could even fight against a finger profound realm martial expert. However, they were casually killed by Li Chongqing. It was simply terrifying. For a moment, even the remaining 5 super experts had fear in their eyes. The other spectators were even more aghast. To be able to kill 2 peak-stage Vajra realm martial experts by himself, such strength was terrifying. How can he be so strong? A figure hidden in the crowd was the star-gazing pavilion's grand elder, Zhong Penghai. Originally, the star-gazing pavilion's members had all evacuated from the Xianhuang mountain, but the pavilion lord, Zhao Xiaojie, couldn't take it lying down. Hence, he sent Zhong Penghai back secretly to scout for information. When he saw Li Chongqing arrogantly saying that he wanted to seize the divine item unearthed from the Xianhuang mountain, Zhong Penghai was overjoyed. In his opinion, Li Chongqing's actions were obviously seeking death. However, he never expected Li Chongqing to be so strong. Only now did he know that Li Chongqing didn't even use his full strength in the battle with the star-gazing pavilion. Do any of you have any objections? Li Chongqing's gaze swept across the remaining 5 experts indifferently. He was invincible and dominated the entire place. He didn't seem to care about all the experts on the mountaintop. He was arrogant enough. He indeed had the strength to be arrogant. Countless gazes were fixed on Li Chongqing, filled with complex emotions. Especially the remaining 5 experts. They were all well-known figures in the northern lands cultivation world. When had they been looked down upon like this? However, after Li Chongqing finished speaking, no one spoke or stood out. The death of 2 Vajra realm martial experts was enough to deter many people. No one was willing to challenge Li Chongqing, who they didn't know how strong he was. If they failed, the outcome would be death. After going up the mountain, Li Chongqing had killed 4 Vajra realm martial experts. How many people could compare to such combat strength? Silence, a long silence. Finally, just when everyone was about to lose their cool, a figure stood out. White Sun Sword Faction, Gongzu Junfeng. As the most important figure in the northern cultivation world, Gongzu Junfeng was known to be invincible in the same realm. As he stood out, it was as if a pool of stagnant water had finally regained its vitality. Everyone revealed looks of anticipation. Li Chongqing was too arrogant. Moreover, how could they be willing to let Li Chongqing monopolize the treasures of Mount Xianwang? Gongzu Junfeng held a long sword in his hand and walked out step by step. His gaze was indifferent. With every step he took, a sharp sword energy shot into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. Li Chongqing, with the strength you have shown, you are qualified to get a large part of the mysterious divine object. Why do you have to shed all pretense of cordiality? Say no more. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The divine item of Mount Xianwang can only belong to me, Li Chongqing said coldly. Even when facing the strongest person present, Gongzu Junfeng, he still didn't hold back. I'm just telling you a possibility. Since I've already stepped forward, it's useless even if you change your mind now, Gongzu Junfeng said coldly. He slowly unsheathed his sword. The moment the sword left its sheath, the entire world resounded with the cry of a sword. What a terrifying sword intent! At this moment, everyone on the summit felt their hearts palpitate. He truly lived up to his reputation as the most talented sword genius of the White Sun Sword Faction in the past 1,000 years. With the aura he released, no one in the northern lands could contend against him. Although that Li Chongqing is strong, meeting Gongzu Junfeng will be his nightmare. Someone sighed. Gongzu Junfeng was an illustrious figure, a benchmark of the northern cultivation world. Even when the mountain viewing tower lord was still alive, he still could not conceal his edge. Sword cultivators are destined to stir up a storm and become one of the greatest figures in history. I hope that Gongzu Junfeng can kill Li Chongqing. Someone silently thought. Originally, everyone had been discussing how to divide up the divine objects unearthed from Mount Xianwang, but Li Chongqing had appeared out of nowhere and broken the rules. At this moment, Gongzu Junfeng's sword intent was still surging. As he descended, a gigantic sword appeared behind him. It was like a lofty mountain, giving people a feeling of reverence. Many people looked at Li Chongqing with sneers and disdain. So what if you're stronger? Against a sword cultivator genius like Gongzu Junfeng, you'll still die in the end. My White Sun Sword Faction has been passed down since ancient times. After mastering the sword, we can split the stars and the moon. The founder of my White Sun Sword Faction once cleaved a 10,000-foot mountain in half with a single strike, severed a river with a single strike, and destroyed a god with a single strike. Although I am not as powerful as my ancestor, there is no one I cannot kill with my sword. Gongzu Junfeng stared at Li Chongqing as he spoke, his voice melodious. Even the whistling wind on the mountain peak couldn't cover up his voice. Recently, I have been cultivating my sword heart. Due to my overflowing killing intent, I have tried my best not to make a move to ensure that my sword heart is smooth. However, you are too arrogant and intimidating. Even if my sword heart is slightly imperfect, I will still slay you with my sword today. I will let you know the consequences of underestimating me, Gongzu Junfeng. Gongzu Junfeng finally stood still 10 steps away from Li Changxing. He slowly raised his sword and pointed it at Li Changxing. At this moment, Gongzu Junfeng's sword intent had reached the peak. Swish! That massive sword also turned from illusion to reality and condensed into a physical object. The surrounding void actually started to distort as it couldn't withstand the powerful sword intent. A swordsman was sharp. If Gongzu Junfeng didn't make a move in the face of Li Changxing's provocation, his sword heart would never be perfected. Moreover, with Gongzu Junfeng's arrogance, even if Li Changxing could kill 2 peak-stage Vajra realm martial artists, he still wouldn't put Li Changxing in his eyes. In the eyes of a swordsman, there was nothing that a sword couldn't settle. For the cultivation world to produce someone like you, it is indeed extraordinary. However, your sword Dao is inferior. Li Changxing opened his mouth, and his words were filled with disdain. What did you say? Gongzu Junfeng also frowned. The surrounding audience was in an uproar. Li Changxing's strength was indeed formidable, but he was actually arrogant enough to say that Gongzu Junfeng's sword art was inferior. Koku! Gongzu Junfeng was stunned for a few seconds before he couldn't help but chuckle. If you dare to say that my sword Dao is inferior, then I would like to experience what superior sword art is. All right. As soon as Li Changxing finished speaking, he immediately waved his hand. The heart's wishful sword drew a white light in the sky and rushed towards Gongzu Junfeng. It carried the sound of breaking through the air and was extremely fast. Li Changxing actually chose to make a move without hesitation. Furthermore, he was going to use sword art against sword art. He really wanted to overwhelm Gongzu Junfeng with sword art. At this moment, Gongzu Junfeng's face was filled with sneer and anger. In his eyes, Li Changxing used sword art to deal with him. This was belittling and insulting him. Chapter 684. You dare to use sword techniques in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll let you understand the difference between us. Hula! As Gongzu Junfeng slashed down with his sword, the sharp power and sword light soared into the sky like a surging wave. The mighty sword qi wreaked havoc in the air. At this moment, the color of the entire world changed. Li Changxing's expression did not change. The heart-wishful sword turned into a white light and slashed across, directly splitting the falling sword light into 2. A true superior sword technique condenses the sword into a thread and gathers the sharpness in a line. It definitely doesn't rely on momentum to win, so your sword technique can only be considered inferior. Li Changxing said, his words full of disdain. Nonsense. Gongzu Junfeng's expression was very ugly. He shouted loudly, and the giant sword behind him began to rise from the ground, and the entire mountain peak began to tremble. A huge sword flew into the sky and then came crashing down like a mountain falling from the sky. Wherever it passed by, it destroyed everything in its path, wanting to crush everything into smithereens. Gongzu Junfeng was different from ordinary sword cultivators. Others only refined one life flying sword, but he refined 2. One was illusory and the other was real. The real sword was the one in his hand, and the illusory sword was the one behind him. The so-called illusory sword gathered the qi of heaven and earth into sword qi. It was like a river of stars falling down, sweeping everything in its path. Logically speaking, before the Finger Xian realm, Gongzu Junfeng could not use the illusory sword, because it involved the principles of heaven and earth. No one knew what kind of secret technique he used. No wonder he did not take Li Changxing seriously. Seeing the giant sword descending from the sky, many people exclaimed in surprise. That giant sword was thousands of feet long, majestic, and sword chi crisscrossed. Not to mention a person, even a city could be destroyed in an instant. It had the power to split the sky and earth. With just this sword, Gongzu Junfeng could walk alone in the cultivation world of the northern land. So, you have actually condensed two intrinsic flying swords. That's quite a unique path. Most people would not be able to deal with you. Unfortunately, you met me. Li Chongqing was not flustered at all. He waved his hand, and the wishful heart sword flew back from afar. It danced above Li Chongqing's head, forming a sword net. Li Chongqing went up to him. Bang, 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 bang. The wishful heart sword and the mountain-like sword collided, creating a thunderous sound that resounded through the sky. The giant sword was actually blocked in the air, unable to descend for a while. No wonder you dared to speak so arrogantly. It turns out that you actually have such a high level of attainment in the way of the sword. However, this still won't change your fate of death. Boom! Gongzu Junfeng stepped on the ground, and a steady stream of true qi flowed into the giant sword. The giant sword continued to press down on Li Chongqing. At the same time, the sword in his hand flew out and shot towards Li Chongqing. Both swords were used to kill the enemy. This Li Chongqing is barely able to block Gongzu Junfeng's virtual sword. Once the real sword is used, the two swords will cooperate with each other. I'm afraid he will die without a doubt. Many people stared nervously at the center of the battlefield. Such a battle was once in 100 years. If they could comprehend something from the battle between the two, it would definitely be beneficial for their future cultivation. In the crowd, Zhong Penghai clenched his fists and secretly cheered for Gongzu Junfeng. He could not wait for Li Chongqing to be crushed by Gongzu Junfeng's sword light. Then, he could take revenge for the stargazing pavilion. Li Chongqing's hand was constantly forming seals, and the sword net formed by the wishful heart sword was constantly collapsing. The mountain-like giant sword pressed down layer by layer. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down, suffocating people and giving them a sense of insignificance. The other flying sword also arrived in front of Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing's body constantly moved to dodge. Although he was able to dodge the flying sword's attack every time, in the eyes of everyone, it was already dangerous. Master, you can't lose. Tong Xian clenched his fists, and his face was full of worry. He and Li Chongqing had experienced many things along the way and had a very deep relationship. He also admired Li Chongqing very much and was proud of him. However, Li Chongqing's enemies were each stronger than the last, especially Gongzu Junfeng. Even with his experience, he did not know how terrifying Gongzu Junfeng's strength was. However, the giant sword that fell from the sky was already terrifying, as if it was the power of heaven and earth. Is he going to die? Many people were waiting quietly, and their hearts were in their throat. Li Chongqing seemed like he would be squashed by the sword at any time and die without a burial place. However, at this time, Li Chongqing suddenly stopped his movements and laughed. Gongzu Junfeng, your swordsmanship is indeed unique. I have already understood it and it has given me a lot of inspiration. Now, if you don't have any stronger moves, then everything should be over. When these words came out, many people were filled with doubt. What does he mean? It seems like he said that the reason why he was in danger just now was because he wanted to experience the profound meaning of Gongzu Junfeng's two-life origin flying swords. Could it be that he still has some strength left? Impossible. With the power of Gongzu Junfeng's sword, I'm afraid that even a finger-profound realm expert would not be able to handle it. How could he dare to divert his attention to study the good and bad of Gongzu Junfeng's swordsmanship? Many people were puzzled. Li Chongqing suddenly stomped on the ground with one foot and raised his other hand high. The falling giant sword was caught in his hand. No matter how Gongzu Junfeng tried to cast a spell, it couldn't fall even half a bit. At the same time, the heart's wishful sword became 3 feet long and was held in Li Chongqing's hand. He slashed forward and accurately hit Gongzu Junfeng's other flying sword. The flying sword was sent flying back by the force of the blow. Rumble! The moment the flying sword was sent flying back, Li Chongqing's body actually grew several meters taller. One of his legs was bent, while the other was planted on the ground. He exerted strength in his hand, and the huge sword was actually thrown back by him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A series of roars sounded in the sky. In the distance, Gongzu Junfeng suddenly retreated 3 steps. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 flying swords were condensed with his heart and soul and were connected to his mind. Now that they were blocked by Li Chongqing, his mind was greatly shaken. I said that your swordsmanship is inferior, but you didn't believe me. Li Chongqing clenched the heart's wishful sword in his hand and stepped on the ground. It was as if there was an invisible ladder that allowed him to fly to the top of the mountain. Then, he stabbed at Gongzu Junfeng. The sharp sword light pierced through the air and shot towards Gongzu Junfeng's chest. Li Chongqing not only blocked the attack of Gongzu Junfeng's 2 flying swords, but also injured Gongzu Junfeng. He found an opportunity to take the initiative to attack, reversing the situation between the enemy and himself, and gaining the upper hand. Chapter 685. Li Chongqing instantly gained the upper hand and the sword light slashed down. Many people couldn't react to the sudden change in the situation. Gongzu Junfeng had an unparalleled status in the northern cultivation world, but now he seemed to be inferior to Li Chongqing. This dealt a big blow to those who were originally full of confidence in Gongzu Junfeng. Everyone was re-evaluating Li Chongqing's combat strength. Even though they had tried their best to think of Li Chongqing's combat strength as high as possible, in the end, they still found that they had underestimated Li Chongqing. Especially when Li Chongqing casually threw out the giant sword that was thousands of feet long. It was like the legendary giant spiritual god that could move mountains and seas, giving people a feeling of invincibility. As for Gongzu Junfeng, he finally stopped looking at Li Chongqing with disdain. He didn't attack at the start because he wanted to stabilize his Dao heart in order to find a perfect Dao heart. Another reason was because he disdained to do so, because of his pride. In his opinion, no one in the northern lands was worthy of him making a move, even if Li Chongqing had killed 2 peak-stage Vajra realm cultivators. But now he didn't think so. No one could underestimate the strength Li Chongqing had shown. Today I will kill you to prove my Dao heart. Gongzu Junfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the illusory sword and the real sword appeared beside him again. He was the #1 sword cultivator in the northern land. If he lost to others in sword Dao, it would be a great blow to his Dao heart. It would even destroy his martial Dao faith and create a heart demon. Gongzu Junfeng's hands danced. After blocking Li Chongqing's sword light with the giant sword, the 2 swords, one illusory and one real, completely merged into one. 2 swords in harmony, invincible in the world. Gongzu Junfeng shouted, and the aura on his body changed completely. At that moment it was as if he had become one with the whole world. Finger mystery! Someone cried out in alarm. Gongzu Junfeng had broken through to the finger mystery realm in the battle with Li Chongqing. What kind of talent was this? Once he entered the finger mystery realm, he immediately transcended mortality and was no longer a mortal. He had reached another level of life. Gongzu Junfeng was worthy of being called the #1 prodigy of the White Sun Sword faction in the past 7 years. Many people were agitated. Breaking through a realm in the middle of a battle was originally a very difficult thing to do, not to mention that he had broken through to the finger profound realm. Originally, Li Chongqing was able to block 2 of Gongzu Junfeng's sword attacks and gain the upper hand. I thought he could really create a miracle and kill Gongzu Junfeng. But now, he has no hope at all. Once he enters the Finger Arcane Realm, his battle prowess will increase by more than tenfold. I'm afraid that the divine item that will appear in Mount Xianwang today will all belong to Gongzu Junfeng alone. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. As for Gongzu Junfeng himself, he revealed a proud expression. This was his true trump card. Originally, he was only half a step away from the Finger Profound Realm and urgently needed a strong pressure to break through his limit. And Li Chongqing's appearance gave him this opportunity. Li Chongqing, if you die, I will erect a tombstone for you. My future achievements on the path of martial arts will be due to you. Gongzu Junfeng laughed. Breaking through to the Finger Profound Realm had been his long-cherished wish for many years. Now it had finally been realized. Don't be happy too early. It's easy to be sad after too much joy. So what if you broke through to the Finger Profound Realm? Li Chongqing shook his head. In the eyes of others, the Finger Profound Realm was very valuable. It was 1 in 10,000, a dragon among men, high above, and represented transcendence. But in the eyes of Li Chongqing, it was really nothing. Is the Finger Profound Realm that great? I can't even remember the number of Finger Profound Realm experts I've killed. Li Chongqing's words fell. Behind him, the shape of a giant sword was gradually condensing and taking shape. A vast sword intent gathered around him. When Gongzu Junfeng's sword light flew over, it suddenly expanded to a size of 10,000 feet and pressed down. It was exactly the same move as Gongzu Junfeng. How is this possible? This pair of life-flying swords is a sword Dao that I created. How can you know it? At this moment, Gongzu Junfeng's face turned pale with fright. His mind was in a trance. It's over. The giant sword and Gongzu Junfeng's flying sword collided. Even the void was shattered. Countless sharp blade-like gales whistled over. Wherever it passed, the weaker ones would be swept away. All their flesh and blood were scraped off, turning into eerie white bones. The stronger ones could barely resist, but they still vomited blood. Only a few Vajra realm martial experts were unaffected. But no matter what, they couldn't suppress the shock on their faces. At that time, Li Chongqing said that he was comprehending the profoundness of Gongzu Junfeng's sword Dao. In the eyes of everyone, it was nonsense. But now they understood that Li Chongqing actually comprehended Gongzu Junfeng's sword Dao and used it for himself. No one was more shocked than Gongzu Junfeng. Comprehending his sword Dao wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that he used many years to condense a void sword, but Li Chongqing used less than a minute. And the next moment, Gongzu Junfeng was even more dazed. Li Chongqing raised the Heart's Wish sword and waved it casually. The Heart's Wish sword turned into a sword light and merged with the giant sword. The two swords combined. The move was exactly the same as Gongzu Junfeng's, but the power was even stronger than Gongzu Junfeng's. How could this be? Gongzu Junfeng was dumbfounded. It was as if his soul was stolen. Break! Li Chongqing slowly spat out a word. The giant sword formed by Gongzu Junfeng's two origin flying swords was instantly shattered. At the same time, a sword light slashed down mercilessly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Gongzu Junfeng's body was swept by the giant sword and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. How could this be? The sword Dao that he cultivated for dozens of years was learned by someone in a short exchange of moves. Furthermore, the sword Dao used was even stronger than his own. It was just that no one could give him an answer. He could never imagine that there would be a person in this world who lived for 99 lifetimes. He could never imagine that he was facing a super fierce person who could kill a Finger Profound Realm expert with one slap. If not for Li Chongqing's interest in his sword Dao, the attack that Gongzu Junfeng was so proud of wouldn't have been able to withstand a light finger from Li Chongqing. That was how big the gap between people was. Gongzu Junfeng died. On the mountain top, everyone's mouth was dry. This was a result that no one had expected. That was a sword cultivator who was said to be invincible in the same realm. After breaking through to the finger-profound realm, he was still killed. Looking at the floating cloud of blood mist, Li Changxing casually waved his hand. The illusory mountain disappeared and the Rui Heart sword flew back to his hand. However, it was obvious that the luster of the Rui Heart sword was even brighter. This was Li Changxing's biggest surprise. Gongzu Junfeng only thought of using the illusory and real swords to merge into one. However, Li Changxing thought of condensing countless illusory swords and merging them into the origin flying sword. This way, the origin flying swords could be continuously upgraded. Of course, only Li Changxing could condense an illusory sword in such a short period of time. Although it would consume a lot of true essence, this true essence could be cultivated back. It was an endless source of renewable resources. If I rely on this method to make my Rui Heart sword grow into a top-grade magical weapon, thinking of this, Li Changxing's eyes lit up. Chapter 686. Gongzu Junfeng was dead, and everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. The #1 expert of the White Sun Sword sect, the #1 fighter of the same realm, had fallen so easily. In the crowd, Zhong Penghai of the Stargazing Pavilion widened his eyes. I didn't think he'd be this strong. On the summit of Mount Xianhuang, Li Changxing stood with his hands clasped behind his back like an invincible war god. The divine object of Mount Xianhuang will belong to me alone. Does anyone have any objections? His voice rang out in everyone's ears. At this moment it seemed so natural. Silence, a deathly silence. No one spoke. Li Changxing's strength was too strong. Countless people turned to Tsing Wenshan, Long Guanyu, and Yen Yao. Half of the 8 experts had already died at Li Changxing's hands. Including Li Changxing, there were only 5 people qualified to compete for the divine object of Mount Xianhuang. The remaining 4 would choose to bow their heads and hand over the divine items unearthed from Mount Xianhuang to Li Changxing, or fight Li Changxing like the previous 4. But it was clear that even the strongest cultivators of the northern lands were not qualified to stand before Li Changxing. A moment later, the 4 of them stepped forward as if they were of one mind. Their auras intersected in the air, stirring up the winds and clouds. Li, you're too domineering. I admit that any one of us is no match for you, but if all 4 of us were to attack, do you still think you have a chance of winning? Tsing Wenshan of the Profound Sun Pavilion stepped forward. As a branch of the Confucian school, he cultivated the 13 strategies of spring and autumn, a technique of the purest yang. At the same time, his mental state needed to match the technique, and he could not back down. So what if there are 4 of you? If you want to compete with me for the divine object, then work together and bring it on. Li Changxing's voice was calm and emotionless. Arrogant enough. You truly do have the right to be arrogant, but sometimes arrogance comes with a price. Long Guanyu was holding a short saber with 7 gems embedded in it. It was the 7-star saber that Cao Cao used to assassinate Dong Zhuo. The 10,000 Zhang Mountain was famous for its saber technique. Long Guanyu was also known as the Saber Grandmaster. Once, he and Gongzu Junfeng were known as the Saber Grandmaster. Unfortunately, Gongzu Junfeng was one step ahead in cultivation. Long Guanyu's reputation was not as good as Gongzu Junfeng's, but he still could not be underestimated. Li Changxing, if you change your mind now and are willing to share the divine object with us, we can avoid a battle. Taoist Jueshin of Mount Prajna also spoke. Even if the 4 of them joined forces to face Li Changxing, he still had no certainty of victory. Why waste your breath on him? Do you think the 4 of us are afraid of him? Yen Yao of the Dark Azura Hall coldly said. Sun Luo Temple was a great sect of the evil sect, and its members had always been unscrupulous in their actions. They were different from others. Others would naturally think of peace before resorting to force, but Yen Yao was filled with murderous intent towards Li Chongqing from the very beginning. The four figures stood in a row. Before they even made a move, a powerful aura spread out like a tsunami. The violent wind on the top of the mysterious yellow mountain was covered by the aura, and it was suffocating. These were all experts at the peak of the Vajra realm. Each of them might not be as strong as Gongzu Junfeng, but when the two of them joined forces, even Gongzu Junfeng would have to retreat. When the four of them joined forces, their power was even more terrifying. This was also why Gongzu Junfeng did not dare to have the thought of monopolizing the treasure from the very beginning. When the four experts joined forces, many people felt a surge of emotion. They knew that the next earth-shattering battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of the cultivation world. This Li Chongqing might be powerful, but he is too arrogant. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death. Zhong Penghai of the Stargazing Pavilion thought to himself. At this moment, Yen Yao of the Dark Azura Hall was the first to make a move. An iron chain streaked across the sky and directly struck towards Li Chongqing's face. This move of Yen Yao's made the expressions of Xing Wenshan and the others, who were also in the Vajra realm, change slightly. The Dark Azura Hall was notorious for its ferocity. Who knew how many sects they had destroyed and how many artifacts they had plundered? As the Hall Master of the Dark Azura Hall, Yen Yao had the title of Yama of Many Treasures. This is the soul-binding chain. It was refined from iron outside the meteorite. It has both the divine soul and the physical body. Yen Yao's move is indeed extraordinary. Someone in the crowd recognized this artifact and sighed. Li Chongqing stood there. When the iron chain was 10 meters away from him, he felt a powerful energy invading his mind. It was as if tens of thousands of steel needles were pricking his skin. A spiritual attack. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Li Chongqing snorted coldly. Lightning flashed in his eyes. The pain was instantly dispelled when the lightning flew out of his eyes. At the same time, he waved his fist and smashed it on the iron chain like a spear. Bang! The instant the fist and the iron chain collided, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky. Surging energy spread out in all directions with the two at the center. Everywhere it passed, countless rocks were shattered. Some of the spectators who were swept by the energy were directly cut in half. Powerful experts also spat out blood. In the distance, the blue stone under Tong Xian's feet was also shattered into countless pieces. Fortunately, Li Chongqing acted in time to protect him. Otherwise, with his current strength, this kind of attack would have instantly turned him into ashes. And at this time, Taoist Zhu Xian of the Great Wisdom Mountain also acted. A sword light suddenly appeared like the cold moonlight in the night, pouring down on Li Chongqing's body. It was the cold moon sword of the Great Wisdom Mountain. It was said that every generation of disciples of the Great Wisdom Mountain would cultivate in seclusion in a cold pond on the Great Wisdom Mountain. Once the sword was used, 1,000 miles of ice would be sealed. It could instantly destroy a person's internal organs. Break for me. Li Chongqing did not care at all. The Ru Xian immortal sword in his hand condensed into a thread and collided with Taoist Zhu Xian's cold moon sword, directly blocking the sword light. Take this move of mine. Long Guanyu of the Great Wisdom Mountain finally made his move. The 7-star saber turned into a 10-meter-long sword light that slashed down in an extremely domineering manner. The techniques of the Great Wisdom Mountain were passed down from the school of the military. The saber was the hegemon of hundreds of weapons. When this saber descended, it had the aura of one man holding back 10,000 men. If this person was placed in ancient times, he would definitely be a fierce general who could take the head of a general in front of 10,000 soldiers. Come! Li Chongqing did not have any intention of retreating in the face of this sharp saber light. He swung his fist and punched out, choosing to meet force with force. He wanted to use the strength of his body to resist this divine weapon. Boom! It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. It was as if two high-speed trains had collided. The entire Mount Xianhuang shook violently, and a huge crack appeared under their feet. Long Guanyu's saber light was directly shattered by the fist, and Li Changxing's knees sank into the ground. Tong Xian, who was watching from afar, almost cried out in alarm. And at this time, Tsing Wenshan of the profound Yang Pavilion finally made his move. The 13 strategies of spring and autumn. Behind him, 13 bamboo swords flew out and turned into 13 mountains. They lined up in a line and pressed down on Li Changxing. Tsing Wenshan had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. At this moment, he wanted to kill Li Changxing in one fell swoop. Chapter 687. Li Changxing, no matter how strong your cultivation is, I will make sure that you die without a burial ground today. Tsing Wenshan's voice was loud and clear as it resounded throughout heaven and earth. As the pavilion lord of the mystic Yang Pavilion, he cultivated a righteous aura. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who could cultivate the 13 strategies of spring and autumn to the phenomenal stage. However, Tsing Wenshan did it. The 13 artifact swords formed a line and separated heaven and earth, as though it was going to split heaven and earth. However, Li Changxing didn't care at all. He raised his palm and formed a giant palm print that went against the 13 artifact swords. Pong! 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 The sharp sword light collided with the giant palm print, and the sound of explosions continued to ring out. However, no matter how sharp the sword light was, Li Changxing's palm was like a reef in the sea. It was firm and strong, regardless of the wind. Tsing Wenshan's expression finally changed. He kept casting his art to increase the power of the flying sword. The 13 flying swords slashed on Li Changxing's palm like wheels, but they couldn't break through the defense of his palm. Everyone, let's work together. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with this thief. Long Guanyu of the 100,000 feet mountain shouted and attacked Li Changxing's back with his 7-star artifact saber. They knew that if they didn't work together, they would be defeated by Li Changxing sooner or later. Die. A book appeared on the back of Yen Yao of the Sun Luo Hall. The book glowed brightly as countless ancient words pressed down on Li Changxing like mountains. Earth Book! Many people exclaimed. This was the Sun Luo Hall's cornerstone treasure. The first hall master of the Sun Luo Hall obtained it from the ancient ruins and had boundless power. Taoist Juexin of the Wisdom Mountain also slashed down with his cold moon sword. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, and the terrifying energy wreaked havoc in the sky. The 4 of them were the true pinnacle figures of the Northern Lands cultivation world. They didn't need much words to coordinate with each other. It was as though they had practiced this countless times. To be able to make 4 peak-stage Vajra realm experts work together, this Li Changxing might be dead. Zhong Penghai, who was in the crowd, muttered to himself. If he can defeat 4 peak-stage Vajra realm experts, he will replace the mountain-gazing tower master's position in the northern land. Someone was discussing in a low voice. It's said that the mountain viewing tower's master died an unnatural death half a year ago. Mount Xianhuang is very wary of this matter. Could it be related to this young man? Someone guessed. How is this possible? How old is he? I heard that the mountain viewing tower master died because of his own qi deviation. Because the sects in the northern reaches had sealed off the news, the death of the mountain-gazing tower master had long since become the biggest mystery in the northern reaches. There were many speculations. Rumble. In the midst of everyone's discussion, the attacks of the 4 experts had already arrived in front of Li Changxing. Li Changxing gently waved his hand, and the sword light of the heart's wishful sword soared into the sky. then slashed down in front of him. Hula! The cyan light broke apart all 13 of Tsing Wenshan's bamboo swords. At the same time, Li Chongqing rushed out of the encirclement of the four people like a big bird. After his body flew high into the air, he turned around and slashed down in the direction of the four people. The sword light connected the heavens and the earth like the might of the heavens. It was like a river of stars descending, sweeping down with great gravity. The four Vajra realm martial experts were all sent flying by this attack, and there were traces of blood at the corner of their mouths. He had actually gained the upper hand in a one-on-one battle against four powerful cultivators. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt their mouths go dry. What kind of strength was this? Die. Li Chongqing's figure descended from the sky. He actually kept the heart's wishful sword and brandished his fist. His body turned into an afterimage as he rushed towards the hall master of the Sun Luo Hall, Yen Yao. With this punch, the wind and clouds changed color. The ancient characters that flew out from Yen Yao's earth book were all shattered into streams of light under the punch. At the same time, when the punch landed on the earth book, this artifact that had been passed down for thousands of years was actually shattered from the middle and scattered on the ground. Yen Yao didn't have time to feel sorry for the broken artifact. He quickly retreated. The strength of Li Chongqing's punch was too terrifying. He didn't dare to take it head-on, but it was obviously too late to dodge now. That punch carried a rumbling sound as it crashed onto Yen Yao's chest. Bang! There was a crisp sound. Yen Yao's eyes were filled with shock. His body exploded from the middle and turned into a mist of blood that fluttered in the air. The hall master of the Sun Luo Hall, Yen Yao, was dead. After killing Yen Yao, Li Chongqing immediately turned his head and targeted Taoist Zhu Xian of the Wisdom Mountain. He stomped on the ground and shot towards Taoist Zhu Xian like an arrow released from a bow. Taoist Zhu Xian's expression changed drastically. After witnessing Yen Yao's death, how could he still have the courage to face it? At this moment, he subconsciously slashed out with his sword. A bright moon appeared in front of him. However, Li Chongqing instantly rushed into the bright moon. Immediately after, the bright moon shattered in the air as his fist crashed onto the cold moon sword. The extremely sharp cold moon sword instantly broke into a pile of fragments. In the end, the fist pierced through Taoist Zhu Xian's chest and sent him flying. When he landed on the ground, he was already dead. This punch just happened to smash Taoist Zhu Xian's heart. The name Zhu Xian came true. Li Chongqing turned around and looked at Long Guanyu and Tseng Wenshan who were left. At this moment, even Tseng Wenshan, who was nurturing a ball of righteousness in his chest, felt terrified. Long Guanyu, who was known as the Saber Master, even found it difficult to breathe. Li Chongqing was too strong, like a demon god. Mr. Li, please don't attack. I'm willing to give up the divine item that appeared in Mount Xianhuang. Long Guanyu had just opened his mouth. In the next moment, a huge handprint had already descended from the sky and slapped towards him. Li Chongqing attacked without hesitation. Previously, Li Chongqing had given them several chances, but they had staked everything on this one throw. Now that they saw how powerful Li Chongqing was, they wanted to beg for mercy. How could it be so easy? Surnamed Li, you've gone too far. Originally, he thought that Li Chongqing would be willing to spare his life if he begged for mercy. He didn't expect that Li Chongqing wouldn't give him a chance to live at all. Long Guanyu was furious. The sky-high handprint descended with the power of 10,000. It was like the hand of the heavens that wanted to obliterate everything. Long Guanyu slashed out with the 7-star treasure saber in his hand, and used all his strength. However, it was still useless. The 7-star treasure saber that had been passed down for thousands of years turned into scrap metal under the palm. At the same time, Long Guanyu was also slapped into the ground by the handprint. When the handprint disappeared, his entire body had been slapped into a meat patty. Of the 8 peak stage Vajra realm experts, only Tsing Wenshan of the profound Sun Pavilion was left. Tsing Wenshan gritted his teeth. He knew that Li Changxing wouldn't let him go. He actually forced the 13 swords into one and burned a secret art. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed without limit, and he actually broke through to the finger profound realm. I'll fight it out with you. Tsing Wenshan's eyes were red, and he was on the verge of madness. Although he burned a secret art and broke through to the finger profound realm, this was only temporary. After this battle, he would immediately fall to the Vajra realm and keep falling. There was only one moment in this life where he could appreciate the glory of the finger profound realm. The fused 13 swords of spring and autumn slashed at Li Changxing. However, so what if he was at the finger profound realm? Li Changxing raised his fist and smashed that flying sword into pieces with one punch. At the same time, he rushed to Tsing Wenshan's side and smashed a fist on his head. This expert who just broke through to the finger profound realm had his head and body completely separated. The battle ended. All 8 peak stage Vajra realm experts died in Li Changxing's hands. On the mountain peak, Li Changxing stood proudly alone. I'm invincible. Chapter 688. On the peak of Mount Xianhuang, Li Changxing stood quietly. Countless eyes were looking at that figure with complicated feelings of shock and awe. 8 peak stage Vajra realm experts had all died in his hands. This battle record was heart-palpitating. Zhong Penghai, who was in the crowd, was even trembling. There is actually such a powerful person in this world. It seems like the star-gazing pavilion's outcome is already very good. Tong Xian ran to Li Changxing excitedly with eyes full of reverence. This was his master. No matter how powerful the experts were, they would all be trampled under his feet. At this moment, Mount Xianhuang suddenly began to shake. There was a rumbling sound coming from inside the mountain. Is the divine item of Mount Xianhuang finally going to be born? Many people were excited. Although they knew that the birth of the divine item had nothing to do with them, it was still something to be excited about to witness the birth of the divine item with their own eyes. As the rumbling sound came, the entire sky was covered in red. Even the sun turned red. The birth of the divine item affected the weather. The tremors under their feet became more intense. Many people began to sway and lose their balance. Li Changxing held Tong Xian's hand and stood quietly, waiting. Rumble! The rumbling sound in the mountain grew louder. Suddenly, a red light shot up into the sky and connected the heaven and earth. A huge crimson snake followed the red light and flew to the top of the mountain. I didn't expect the divine item of Mount Xianhuang to be a huge snake. Many people cried out in surprise. Most people only knew that a divine item was about to be born in Mount Xianhuang, but they didn't know what it was. The huge snake flew out and went straight into the clouds, puffing out clouds. Many people looked up at the sky and were dazzled. Because all the Vajra realm experts had been killed by Li Changxing, the others didn't have the guts to compete with Li Changxing for the divine item. Therefore, the appearance of the huge snake wasn't obstructed at all. Master, this divine item is about to be born. Don't you need to capture it? Tong Xian asked curiously. At the top of the hill he heard a lot of talk. Gongzu Junfeng and the others had originally planned to wait for the snake to be born before joining forces to kill it and divide the treasures on its body. In Tong Xian's eyes, it would be better if he could keep the snake as a pet, but the prerequisite was that he had to subdue it first. Tong Xian was not the only one who had such doubts. The countless spectators on the mountain peak were also very confused. Why is this Li Changxing allowing that huge snake to fly up into the sky? Look at that huge snake swallowing clouds and spitting out fog. Its aura is getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that he still has some kind of follow-up method to suppress that huge snake? Could it be that he saw that the snake was too strong, so he didn't dare to attack? Perhaps he has already suffered serious injuries from the battle with the Vajra realm martial experts and doesn't have the strength to subdue the giant snake now. Someone proposed this conjecture. Immediately, Li Chongqing felt countless gazes land on him, faintly containing killing intent. These people actually thought that Li Chongqing was only strong in appearance and was actually weak in reality. They thought that there was an opportunity for them to take advantage of his severe injuries. In the next second, a sword light suddenly flew out from the crowd and went straight for Li Chongqing's chest. Zhong Penghai actually made a move. You are courting death. Facing the flying artifact's sword, Li Chongqing only flicked his finger gently. In the next second, Zhong Penghai's chest was struck by a stream of light and flew out horizontally. Before he landed, he had already lost all signs of life. This time, those who were originally restless felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. They no longer dared to have any thoughts of taking the risk. Although everyone had dismissed the idea of attacking Li Chongqing, the doubts in their hearts were getting deeper. As the huge snake was born, it was getting stronger and stronger. Furthermore, it could escape at any time, but Li Chongqing didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. What is going on? Everyone couldn't understand. Finally, the red clouds in the sky were all swallowed into the stomach of the huge snake. 2 bulges could be seen on the head of the huge snake, which was a sign that it was about to transform into a flood dragon. Roar! A long roar shook the 9 heavens. A fiery red inner core flew out of the huge snake's mouth. The surging chi of heaven and earth all gathered in the inner core. Then, it directly flew down from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. The huge power turned several huge rocks into powder. The huge snake held its head high and looked down at Li Chongqing as if it was showing off its strength. Li Chongqing raised his head and looked at the huge red snake quietly. He said, "You are indeed many times stronger than when you were in the spirit vein, but it doesn't mean that you can treat me with such an attitude." Li Chongqing frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied with the huge snake's condescending attitude at the moment. "That's right. You protected me in the belly of the mountain, and I did agree to let you be my master. However, you should be able to feel my current strength. I'm afraid that I'm stronger than the finger-profound realm that you humans speak of. Then, wouldn't it be inappropriate for such a powerful divine creature like me to be your pet? I feel that we should redefine the relationship between you and me. You helped me, and I can protect you by your side for 3 years. However, our relationship shouldn't be that of master and servant. We should treat each other as equals because I have great potential in the future. Sooner or later, I will transform into a divine dragon. So, between the 2 of us, you have to listen to me." The huge snake's voice sounded directly in Li Chongqing's mind. The huge snake's eyes were filled with arrogance. Before it was born, it was still afraid of Li Chongqing's strength. However, at this moment its strength had skyrocketed, and its heart had also swelled. A beast is indeed a beast. Cowardly and fearless. Li Chongqing snorted coldly. In the next second, the huge snake let out a sharp and terrifying cry. It actually turned around and fled into the distance. However, Li Chongqing would not give it a chance. He suddenly stretched out his palm and turned it into a giant palm print. He pinched its tail and pulled it back, and then slammed it hard on the ground. Bang! A deep trench a few meters deep was formed on the top of the mountain. The huge snake's crimson body wanted to resist. Li Chongqing waved his hand, and a sword light appeared out of thin air. It directly pierced through the huge snake's body and nailed it to the ground. The battle happened in an instant, and many people could not react in time. By the time they reacted, the huge snake had already been subdued by Li Chongqing. Too powerful. Just now, when that divine creature was in the sky, I felt that even the strongest cultivator in the world would have a hard time subduing it. I didn't expect Li Chongqing to take it down so easily. This is called turning the hand over to summon clouds and turning the hand over to summon rain. Countless people were overwhelmed with emotions and were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. This was true strength. Do you still want to be on equal footing with me? Li Chongqing walked in front of the huge snake. The huge snake's head was bigger than Li Chongqing's body. However, at this moment, Li Chongqing was standing there, and there was only fear in the eyes of the huge snake. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. If you're willing to be my pet, nod your head. If not, I'll skin you right here and now and refine you into a magic tool. 3, 2. Chapter 689. Seeing the serpent lower its proud head, Li Chongqing withdrew the heart's-will sword from its body. At the same time, he waved his arm and the bleeding wound healed at a visible rate. At the top of the mountain, everyone watched this scene quietly. They were all dumbfounded by Li Chongqing's methods. Since you've submitted to me, you can stay by my side and cultivate in peace. Li Chongqing raised his hand again. The fully healed serpent turned into a streak of red light and gradually shrank. It flew to Li Chongqing's wrist and turned into a crimson bracelet that flowed with a red radiance. Because Li Chongqing had created too many miracles, the crowd was no longer surprised. At this moment, a palace halfway up Mount Xianhuang was surrounded by a dense array of formations. There were also several dozen cultivators of extraordinary strength standing guard here. These cultivators came from various cultivation sects, and their mission was to watch over the formations. Inside the palace, the master of Mount Xianhuang, Yao Fengchun, sat there with a group of disciples with dejected expressions. I wonder what the situation outside is like. No one would be in a good mood after being imprisoned for more than a month. All the sects are fighting over the divine items of Mount Xianhuang, and Mr. Li is missing. We're under his orders to guard the treasures. If Mr. Li returns and finds out that the treasures have been taken away, what should we do if he gets angry? Yao Fengchuan's tone was filled with worry. The people around her didn't say a word. They had already gotten used to Yao Fengchuan's mutterings over the past few days. What, Mr. Li? Yao, if you have the time, you should worry about your own safety. A sect elder in charge of guarding the place sat at the door. When he heard Yao Fengchuan's words, he scowled coldly. The treasures of Mount Xianhuang are Mr. Li's. You'll suffer for taking his treasures. Yao Fengchun shouted. What bullshit, Mr. Li? Can he be stronger than our sect master? This elder was an expert from Sun Luo Temple. Sun Luo Temple was one of the great sects of the demonic sections. The other sect leaders in charge of guarding the place were usually polite to Yao Fengchuan's group out of consideration for their sect's reputation. However, this Luo Lin of Sun Luo Temple mocked Yao Fengchun daily. Sometimes, Yao Fengchuan's words would make him unhappy and he would punish her. Unfortunately, Yao Fengchuan's cultivation was sealed and could only endure the humiliation. So what if you're from Sun Luo Temple? Even if everyone from the Dark Azura Temple, including the sect master, attacked together, they would still not be able to withstand one slap from Mr. Li. Yao Fengchun scornfully curled her lip. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a blur in front of his eyes. Then, he was sent flying and crashed into the wall. It was Luo Lin. Slut. Mouth. I'll beat you to die. As he spoke, he stepped forward and grabbed Yao Fengchuan's hair. Then, he slapped Yao Fengchuan's face a dozen times. Yao Fengchuan's cultivation was sealed, but she was still an expert. Her body was many times stronger than an ordinary person's. Even so, her face was still swollen and several of her teeth flew out. None of the disciples of Mount Xianhuang dared to stop him. They were already used to it and were numb. If they dared to protect Yao Fengchun, they would receive an even harsher punishment. A few days ago, a disciple of Mount Xianhuang was beaten to death in front of them. Yao, today is the day the treasures of Mount Xianhuang will appear. Where is your Mr. Li? I'm afraid he's already shivering in fear after hearing the name of our sect master. The Sunluo Temple elder had a disdainful expression. As for you, when the dust settles after the distribution of the treasures, I'll have the sect master bestow you to me. Luo Lin smiled evilly. Yang Fengchun couldn't help but shiver. These days, she had a deep understanding of this Sunluo Temple elder's character. She knew that if she fell into his hands, her life would be worse than death. Yao Fengchun's eyes revealed some sorrow. She originally thought that with the death of the mountain observing tower master and her control of Mount Xianhuang, the good days would begin. Who would have thought that such a nightmare would come? Mr. Li, just where are you? Yao Fengchun's heart was calling out. This was her only hope. As long as Li Changxing appeared, he would be able to free her from this abyss of evil. However, she had been waiting day after day and was now in despair. Luo Lin let go of Yao Fengchun's hair. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook as he saw a figure coldly staring at him. Luo Lin frowned. Which sect are you from? Don't you know the rules? Is this hall a place you can enter as you please? Li Changxing looked young, and there were several sects in charge of guarding Yao Fengchun. Even Luo Lin couldn't recognize all of them. At this time, seeing the figure at the door, Yao Fengchun's eyes were immediately filled with excitement. Mr. Li, you're finally here. You're that Mr. Li? Luo Lin's face revealed a cautious expression. Although his words were filled with disdain for Li Changxing, he didn't dare to underestimate him in his heart. This is where the 8 great sects imprison the sinners of Mount Xianhuang. If you don't want to oppose the 8 great sects, please leave quickly. Luo Lin said loudly. He was still somewhat unconfident facing Li Changxing alone. The 8 great sects are nothing. Seeing Yao Fengchun's appearance, Li Changxing's eyes were filled with coldness as he strode inside. Stop right now, or I won't be polite. Luo Lin reached out his arm to stop Li Changxing. However, in the next second, his body flew out and landed several meters away, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to stand up, but Li Changxing's foot stomped on his chest. Was it you who beat her up like that? Fear finally appeared in Luo Lin's eyes. In any case, he was a grandmaster, but he didn't even have time to react before he was heavily injured. At this time, footsteps came from outside. Who's there? You dare to trespass into the area guarded by the 8 great sects? 3 old men led a group of disciples in from behind. When they saw Luo Lin being stepped on, fear appeared in their eyes. Even though they were very disdainful of a big evil sect like the Sun Luo Temple, they still admired Luo Lin's strength. Release Elder Luo, or don't blame us for being rude. One of the old men had just spoken. But in the next second, there was a poochie sound as Li Changxing stomped down without hesitation. Luo Lin's body exploded from the stomp, turning into a bloody mist. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. The 3 old men in the lead all had crazed expressions, revealing murderous intent. After hearing his warning, Li Changxing did this in front of them. Without a doubt, he didn't put them in his eyes and was provoking them. You're courting death. The old man who had spoken earlier was already charging at Li Changxing. Attack together. The other 2 also joined the battle. Since Li Changxing could kill Luo Lin, he couldn't be underestimated. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.